went live, and we decided to come talk to you here instead.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Have you unmuted? I do. Responsible streamer.
Did you launch everything in administrator mode?
No, I don't need to do that. I'm reading the superior visual novel, The Sekimeiya.
Ah.
It's fucked up to have a streamer always be on time. I'm not used to this. It's Joe is always on time. It's just that the timing is not always the same.
Exactly.
Hmm.
You don't know when I intend to go live. You don't understand.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Hi, Mouse. Hi, Jelly. Oh, I would have rated you if my computer didn't crash twice. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry. A wizard is never late. Oh.
Do you think it's okay for me to say, I am live for Sekimeiya Sundays with Mouse. Some people have died in the story now. Do you think that's okay?
Hmm. Let's let Godot make the choice. Godot, what do you think? Spoiling it for Mouse. I mentioned somebody dying on stream, on the Umineko stream, and then it went because I didn't know if it was okay to say. So the fact that you're considering this is that's a good hook. The people love death. Look at Lazel.
That's true.
Baldur is right. You could go with things have happened.
Nah, that's too vague. That's too
That's too
vague.
vague.
Yeah, it's too vague.
I hope you don't have to buy new hardware, Jelly. Mouse, could you please tell Joe to make an announcement in the Discord? He's discussing what he wants to write in the Discord now. Okay, well he sent it.
I sent it.
Some people have died in the story. Yeah, you spoiled it. He spoiled it. Okay, I got yelled at for not posting in my stream announcements last week. So
I beat you to it. Oh no.
Sekimeiya and Tears post to prove it.
I was just asleep for 16 hours, chat. So just bear with me if I'm a little out of it. Well, I got up in the middle of that to take a Gatsby out, and then I went back to bed. So it wasn't 16 hours straight, but yeah.
Boulder, Boulder, why are you delivering this like breaking news? Insane. Thank you, Dalmec. Thank you, Dalmec. Thank you, Dalmec. Love the Mets. That's right.
Have you seen the Twitter interaction where I found out that Merrick drew Lutz for the first time?
Yep. Yeah. I have seen that. I'm echoing in your microphone, by the way.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me turn it down. The Pokemon what?
Can you turn mouse down?
I did.
Oh my god, there's someone in chat named AP Sajwani, and I just got flashbanged back to League of Legends. Why would you do this to me? Oh. It's okay. It's okay. You've met with a terrible fate. If you look up the stream stats for this Twitch channel, it reveals that 57% of stream time on this channel was dedicated to League of Legends or something. How does Joe sound, by the way? Is he at a good level?
Sekimeiya barrels. Brutal.
He's good? Nice. Please turn Joe down. I can hear him. You're gonna need to hear him because he's voicing a lot of characters today. Can I turn mouse down? No. Can we do a League stream? No, I don't play League anymore. Sorry. As someone who originally knew about Merritt because of his Warframe and lewds, encountering him in this community stunlocked me. You're not the first person I've heard say that, actually. Can we turn Psy up? I'm really hoping so. Hold on, my cat got a piece of plastic. I have to take it from him. This is what a disaster. Okay. Hey, what are you doing?
How's it going, chat? How's it going? It's my stream now.
All right.
I think League of Legends is possibly the most traumatic online experience I've ever had playing a game.
It's pretty bad, yeah. When I first started playing it, I cried in every single game. Like actually cried. I was being taught by my friend who put me on a steep slope of learning.
It's pretty rough. It's pretty rough. Yeah.
I had to toughen up. You escaped last year? Congratulations. Okay, let me oh,
Ooh.
it's already on. It's already on. So good. Competitive in games inherently suck the soul out of you. That's probably true.
How
All
did you
right.
just not just assume Merrick drew that stuff? What do you mean? Based on his regular art, I should just known he drew Pokemon loots. What? Like, what are you talking about? This
This
isn't
isn't
Scrandle. Oh yeah,
Scrandle.
we have to do Scrandle. We have to do
I already
Scrandle.
did. I got 8 out of 10.
Oh, did you really? I didn't do Scrandle today. I
I
need to
did
see it
Scrandle.
on Discord, by the way.
You do need to see it on Discord. No, you just have to
I do.
watch it on the stream with the delay. It's hard mode.
Okay. All right. Wow, that's what we're doing today. All right. Okay. All right. Okay.
All right. Bloop. I had a genius idea, which is that you start referring to Scrandle as Scrumdle and play Danganronpa's V3's debate scrum over it. What if we refer to it as Scrumdle and it's just us going through the Trello to do all of the things that Boulder wants us to do?
That's true. That's true.
Yeah. Music is very quiet. It might be intentional. I had it turned down really far. I do think this is a little bit quiet, but it was really loud on the game last stream. So let me this should be a little bit more reasonable.
I cannot hear it at all. 1 second. Okay, now
Very
I can.
agile. Sorry. Yeah, that word is banned. Anything to do with that's pre-banned August before you got here. Anything to do with workflow optimization is banned.
Mouse's stream goes through like seasons like Stardew Valley does of what words are banned or not. Like this
Yes,
is just
that's
seasonal
true, yeah.
banning of words.
That's true. It is a safe
Oh,
space.
Gatsby.
Kanban should be banned. We'll go through it. We'll go through it. I'm sure Allison would be really excited to go through another round of banning things. Mouse, this is your stream. We need to enforce that. Ban the word Joe. I would have to ban the word Joe, Tom, Thomas, and Toe, and Joms and Jomus. This would be a this would take a while.
I hate Toe so much. uh
Favorite Godspeed album? Oh, somebody was attentive last stream. It's been so long since I listened to them. I'm Googling it, but only to remind myself of what the different albums. Oh, probably no. I was a basic bitch. Probably Lift Your Skinny Fists, right? Like had to be. I'm
doing Scrandle. I'm 2 for 2 so far. 3 for 3. Oh, Scrandle's easy today.
Just gonna say a certain streamer, like on Umi Reddit. Yeah, a certain streamer who will call JA.
It's anyone's Scrand. No. Okay, I got one wrong. It's over. No perfect Scrand.
Yeah. ASMR, your streamer boyfriend plays Scrandle. Yeah, you guys can even see it.
Oh, I'm on like, wow. I got perfect Scrand. It's going so well.
Atlassian brought a fucking video conferencing software company called Loom. Interesting. Dalmec banned all mentions of Joe. Sorry, Tep. You thought Godspeed You Black Emperor was mainstream August? That's crazy. That goes hard. I really liked, in that period of my life, I really liked the band of Montreal, which is probably the most embarrassing one.
My Scrandle results today are in itself Scrand.
So true. So true.
I made a Scrand sandwich. You want to see the Scrand sandwich?
Is that geometry dash music? Yeah, I want to see this Scrand sandwich.
Here, I'll DM it to you. I'll DM the Scrand sandwich to you. Look at this Scrand sandwich.
Godot likes of Montreal, and that's the only concert you've ever gone to. That's crazy. You did do a scran sandwich. How'd you only get 6?
I know. Yeah, I got tilted after the first 2 I got wrong, and I just kind of went
Oh,
off the
okay.
rails. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Kissing Fauna is a 5 out of 5. I liked it, but like listening to it now, it's so cringe. Not as cringe as Fiery Furnaces though. Oh my god, that fucking like the whole era of music,
Oh
which was like.
no, I like Fiery Furnaces.
Okay,
Oh
well,
no,
all
oh
right.
no.
Oh, relationship
I
breaks down live on
I
stream.
I feel bad about liking Fiery Furnaces though, and I've listened to 2 of their albums. I couldn't make it through the second one. The first one I really liked. Yeah.
It's just giving like extra Decemberists to me. Like the whole era of music that was like quirky sea shanties is like so hard for me to look back on because I really liked it at the time, and I have to like
Such a
live
good
with that about
description.
myself.
I'm surprised you've heard of Fiery Furnaces. Not many people know about them. You know more obscure music than I do. I don't know why I was surprised. By the way, I posted my scran sandwich into Dragon's Den if you'd like to see
There
it.
we go. Are you still down with
Yeah.
Neutral Milk Hotel? Yeah, I have Neutral Milk Hotel on vinyl. I freely admit this. The Mariner's Revenge goes hard as fuck. It does. I still like the December surly stuff, and I feel embarrassed about it. Man. All right. We should probably Tom's a little loud. Can you lower him? No. He's always too quiet, so we're gonna have him loud as a treat. You're literally a rate your music mod? Oh my god, okay. You mod everywhere you go? Should we read the visual novel?
We probably should read the visual novel. I gotta say first though that one of my demands being on the stream is that I must be louder than Mouse. So like she's not allowed to turn me down.
I also have to send him a check with all of the revenue from ads. Then speak
Hold on,
up. True.
I've messed up my windows. How do I do this? I'm watching stream.
Mass, did you tell Joe not to listen to A Complicated Song by Weird Al because it has Umineko spoilers? I don't know if Joe listens to Weird Al, but now you know you shouldn't listen to that song. Do you know how difficult it is to tell him not to do something and get the result him not doing it? Do you know what a fool's errand that is? Do you know what you've just unleashed?
No, don't be like this. Don't be like this. No. No, don't confirm things for chat now that you transcended from chat. No.
Dude, sorry, did you just call me transcended chat? What?
No. I'm ready to read.
You're ready
I
to
don't know about you. I'm ready to read.
Graduated chat. Oh my god. All right, well you're the streamer. It's up to you.
He called Mouse a chatter. I called Mouse a chatter IRL one time, and she was not happy. She was not happy about that. Holy shit.
If you backseat hard enough, you can join the Joe Mouse polycule one day. Absolutely not. Are you kidding?
Okay, I'm so cool. I'm so cool right now. I'm fine. Okay, I'm fine. All right. All right.
Yeah, this
Who's
is the
reading
end
first?
goal of parasocial relationships. I'll just do narration for a while first. We saw the reading list. We know what's up. I think I should take narration for a bit.
Okay. All right.
Chat, pray for Sai on screen. Take a moment to pray for Sai on screen while I
Oh wait, hold on. Legitimately, what happened at the end of last stream? Like I remember the story, but what happened in the last scene? We like ran upstairs or something. Oh, they were chased by a guy with a knife.
They were chased by a guy with a knife
Yeah.
that they just didn't turn around and look at or whatever. A
Yeah,
knife swings
'cause
at me
it's a
from the
visual
partitions.
novel, yeah.
We're chased, but we're able
Yeah.
to lock ourselves in the. Yeah, he wasn't on screen, so we don't know who he is.
Okay.
All right, here comes the. There it is.
Nice.
There it is.
Cider.
No, it's just sparkling water. I'll get a drink at break. I had a lot of wine with my mom, so I pre-gamed the stream. The reading list is balanced. Okay. We quietly walked around while a piercing feeling invaded my chest. Irina and Kite had recently died. I was barely able to accept it, and their killer had shifted to targeting us, the last people remaining. I truly hoped that at 21 o'clock, the police would come. I needed to get out with Shiroya at that time. There was no way I could make it even a second longer without breaking down. My heart still racing. I went to the hallway through the kitchen and looked at the storeroom while Shiroya stayed in the corner. After I'd seen the empty bathroom, we'd isolated the 2 bedrooms.
I'll go up the ladder. Stay here.
She came to the 2 parallel doors and watched me while I climbed up the ladder in the rightmost bedroom. I was easily able to confirm nobody was hiding. I repeated the process in the opposite one to conclude that we were the only people in the attic. Shiroya joined me inside. Our lives were at risk of being cut short, but we couldn't do anything else. She sat on a bed, knowing that we were possibly in the path of an unstoppable force.
1 second. So there are 2 ladders? There's a ladder in the left bedroom and the right bedroom,
Yes.
and they both go to separate rooms upstairs? Okay.
Yes.
Oh, shit.
Oh, Big Shiroya is here. Oh, shit. No! But life took no pity on us. Before we could speak any words, a heart-stopping sound came from the hallway. Through a terrified whisper, Shiroya's raw anguish tore at the foundations of my will. The sound had made it clear we were dealing with the real culprit who had been able to enter our makeshift fortress. Trying to escape was futile. Music's loud. I turned it down a bit. But I couldn't think of anything else. During the few seconds in which the approaching footsteps grew louder, only a single course of action came to me.
The key. We need to lock ourselves in again.
An equally terrified whisper came from within me. I rushed to the drawers where the key to the bedroom should have been. The bedroom we were in didn't have a chain, and crossing the hallway was too risky.
What? It's not here.
The bathroom's door was open and closed. The culprit was searching for us. Within my panic, I remembered it. Sai had tried to use that bedroom's key to unlock the opposite door, and we hadn't seen where he left it afterward. Another door was opened. It wasn't ours, but the one in front, leading to the bedroom where we'd spent more than an hour locked inside.
Fuck, we could shut the culprit inside with the key, but entering to get it might be too dangerous. We need to leave.
As I said that, I took my shoes off and gestured at Shiroya to quickly do the same. We'd been able to hear the approaching culprit because of their shoes. Without them, walking on wood would be almost imperceptible. I looked through the door and heard movements coming from the other bedroom. We didn't have much time. Shiroya and I nodded at each other and left while making the least amount of noise possible, holding our shoes with our hands. We approached the living room and began to increase... taking their shoes off was a quick thought from him, actually. Like, pretty good. We approached the living room and began to increase our speed. The culprit had somehow entered the attic, but we didn't know their method. If they'd taken the elevator, it was likely still there, but we couldn't afford the risk of waiting for it to arrive. Without giving it much thought, we entered the living room. As soon as we did, the dry noise of footsteps on wood froze us in place again. They were coming to us. Instead of entering the other bedroom, very faint footsteps were approaching the living room where we were.
Wait.
Huh?
No, we can't rush out. We might be going up against Sai, and he wouldn't let us escape like this. If he entered the attic with another key, he could be luring us to the staircase.
We'd been so desperate that I'd left our key on the floor next to the attic door. If Sai had managed to enter and then locked the door, if he'd also picked up our key, we couldn't leave, and we would just corner ourselves by walking down the stairs. I glanced down and saw footprints that didn't belong to us. Our pursuer had definitely walked across the carpet after our arrival. The terror locked my muscles in place. While the sound got closer, I began to explore the thought of attacking the culprit as soon as they entered the living room.
Fuck, why did I think about this? They have a knife. I just can't tell Shiroya to help me. We can't go that way.
She'd been telling me to hurry up with her eyes, but that could have sealed our fates. I grabbed her available hand and dashed to the kitchen. What are you doing? Trying to leave through the main door didn't sound right, but we might already have been done for. The only other way out, the elevator, was no guarantee either, so they'd have to go through the sink. The person behind us had waited a couple minutes before making their entrance, so if they'd used that time to disable the elevator below us, we were completely trapped. From the kitchen, we heard the living room's door being opened. We had to make our move.
Maybe they're gonna find a kitchen Sekimeiya. And they're gonna teleport out.
Refrigerator. Oh, a refrigerator would keep it cold.
Yeah, refrigerator. Yeah. You know, taking the shoes off was a really fast play. A little bit of an Erica play there, do you think? Like, damn. got a little Erica in him.
They're gonna
If they look
climb
at
the walls onto the ceiling.
if they look at the footprints, it's possible they could see we're in the kitchen. We have to get out of here.
But a different thought came to me. If they recognized the footprints and anticipated our actions, they could wait in the hallway, knowing we'd immediately leave. It was too late, as I'd already grabbed Shirolia's hand, and I wasn't able to stop mine from turning the handle of the door. The hallway was empty, but we could see the open door to the living room. With very little time to think, I could only come up with 2 courses of action.
Do we go to the other bedroom where we can lock the door, or do we try to use the elevator?
I couldn't decide. Once again, I considered that we were potentially up against Sai, who'd taken some time to think up a strategy specifically so we couldn't run away. He would have thought far enough ahead to disable the elevator below us.
But he just left the bedroom, and earlier I put the key inside the drawer where we found it. What if he just took it, and going up there will trap us as well?
We had the chain, but it was unreliable. We'd seen how Akaro burst through it in 5 seconds. Not only that, but even though we were supposed to possess the single key to the attic, someone had managed to make their way in. The same thing could repeat in the bedroom. Earlier, Akaro and Sai had escaped with its key, and we knew they'd then activated the Sekimeiya in some way. It was possible they'd produced a spare key already. I forgot the key replication tech.
Yeah, do you think this is even the killer, or is it someone that Sekimeiya in or something?
I think it's Sai.
Yeah, and I don't think he's the killer. I think he's just walking around and he's gonna be like, "Yo, what's up? Like, why are you so scared?" Like, I feel like that he doesn't know. The person that's in the attic with them right now has no idea what's going on. But I could be wrong.
That'd be pretty funny.
Let's try the elevator. Trying to call it is all we can do. If it doesn't come, we'll have to leave.
Okay. My heartbeat running wild inside my ears almost drowned out our voices. The culprit hadn't entered the kitchen, meaning that they were either in the living room or the staircase. We'd have to pass through the open door to get to the elevator, so we had to hope they'd gone down the stairs and wouldn't see us. In an instant, we were on the other side. I'd been able to glance through the door and seen an empty living room. We sped up toward the elevator, but I stopped myself as soon as I remembered something. Huh?
Wait, this could be bad.
Everything carried the threat of a trap. And even though we were in close proximity to a killer, we had to attempt to think rationally. We'd been instinctively running away to gain time, but we knew that was utterly pointless if every place was in reach of them. There was one goal we could strive for. Okay, it's a tense scene. I'm having fun, but it is kind of funny to imagine them like Looney Tunes running between rooms while this person looks for them.
With their shoes on their hands.
Yeah, with their shoes on their hands. The noise behind us resumed. Again, the culprit was approaching.
We don't have time to run to the elevator and hope it's either here or functioning. This is definitely a trap.
I opened the storeroom and dashed inside. Through the gap of the door, we could see the hallway. The sound of the culprit's movement still reached our ears, but it had become too hard to discern the way they were going.
They're not coming here. I think it's very possible that after we left the event room, the Sekimeiya was taken out. We have to rely on that and try to find it since we don't have the key to open the cabinet. If we find it, we can choose a place to stay hidden until we're unavoidably found. Then we can activate it. If we go far into the past, we won't be able to think of ambushing the culprit knowing where they'll be, since it'd contradict them finding us, but we could make... He's still thinking about this even now, but we could make it outside the tower if we're lucky enough.
Couldn't it possibly take the culprit with them and then just get them killed except somewhere else?
It could, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, they would be in proximity, wouldn't it, if they're about to get caught?
They would be in proximity,
yeah. If we travel to the recent past, we can find a new place to hide that this person had just looked at. It'd only be buying ourselves more time, but it's better than having to confront someone with a knife or keep exhausting ourselves.
Hi, Masinto. Hello.
This has to work. On the 3rd floor, our attacker was by the office's corner and not in the staircase next to the elevator. That was either to watch us from afar or prevent us from going down to the crystal floor. They wanted to chase us up instead of down.
Eventually, every sound faded away, and we could only hear our shaking breaths. In the cramped storeroom, we had to prepare for what our next and most important move would be.
Even the music faded away there.
Mm-hmm.
Why are they not moving anymore? Are they waiting for us?
Should we try to call the elevator?
No, I remembered how this all started when I stopped myself. We were going down with the elevator and stopped on floor 3 because someone called it knowing we were inside. No matter who this is, at this point, they must have thought of disabling the elevator under us so that we can't use it to escape. If we called the elevator anyway and it came, it would definitely be a trap, and they intend to do the same thing as before. As soon as we go down, they could call it. The last time they waited next to the offices, but this time I'm sure they'd be right outside to make sure we can't continue moving. Think about it. It's also possible we're dealing with both Akaro and Sai. If one of them is on a floor under us, they could be hoping we take the elevator and lose any way out.
But there's nothing else we can do, is there?
Hmm. Assuming the elevator hasn't been used again, it should still be on floor 3. If the culprit or one of them is waiting next to the floor 6 elevator and we call it from here, they'd hear it going up. Then they'd know we'd be about to board it and use it so they could call it again to intercept us.
I was experiencing the most unsettling silence possible. Waiting in the storeroom wasn't an option, so I could only find three. Trying to use the elevator to go down, trying to lock ourselves in a bedroom, and trying to leave the attic through the main door. The person outside wasn't moving. They could have been close by or far away. Regardless, it was certain they'd thought of a course of action to apprehend us.
Why would they have stopped searching for us when it's certain we're in the attic? It could mean they're working alone. If they quit looking and want to ambush us instead, it could mean nobody is working with them. Their partner would have taken care of that while the other kept trying to find us.
Sorry, I'm laughing because of the big post that I made a while back that was saying as soon as there's momentum in the story, we have to stop and get a monologue, and it's this is the worst it's
Yep.
ever been.
So where are they waiting? No matter who we're dealing with, they aren't stupid. They must have grabbed the bedroom key just now, so going there is too obvious of a mistake. If the elevator is working, it means they'd have a contingency for us going down. It sounds illogical, but trying to walk out could be the best idea. It doesn't make sense to think they're just outside of the storeroom waiting for us to leave. That implies they know we're somewhere around here, and if they did, they would be rushing in. After all, they were opening every room earlier. Therefore, more than anything else, for some reason, they might have left the attic. Even though we're exhausted, we're also faster than them. We should be able to run away again if they see us on a floor below, while there's more space.
Worst it's ever been yet. Good point, Caps. I thought about going to a bedroom to pick up a screwdriver. It was the only weapon I could think of, but I abandoned the thought. It was no match against a knife, and the more I thought about it, the more I felt that going back to a bedroom was a bad idea. Furthermore, if the person chasing us had taken the key, they would probably have taken such an obvious weapon as well.
Need to get a bat. Let's go. We'll try to leave through the main entrance.
Shiroya responded with a confused look, but she didn't object. We had to hope that, out of the few options we had, one would let us live. I wasn't confident I'd picked the correct one, but that applied to all of them. We stepped into the hallway, praying that the faint noise our feet produced wasn't being conveyed to the attacker. Every corner made my heart stop, and my senses were on higher alert than they'd ever been. Knowing a knife could suddenly swing at any time, we took short steps forward until we saw the entire empty hallway. But our terror couldn't subside yet. Silently, I peeked into the living room and let out a long coming breath as soon as I saw it empty.
Okay, we need to leave.
The tension I felt when I found myself in the middle of the living room was unlike anything I'd ever experienced. There were three doors someone could suddenly appear through. We paid attention to everything in our surroundings until the staircase came into view. Nobody was there, but I knew I had to look for something else.
That's our key.
On the floor, the key we'd used to lock ourselves in showed that the culprit hadn't taken it. We can leave at least. Making it to wherever the Sekimeiya was still felt like the single goal we could attempt to achieve. We started to walk down at the same time. At the bottom, I crouched to pick up the key, but midway through, I realized we wouldn't need it to leave. The door wasn't closed.
Look, this settles it. They have another key for this door, and that's how they entered.
While
Hmm.
they could have teleported inside and unlocked the door with our own key, they wouldn't have left it behind. I reached for the door and began to push it from a distance so I'd be able to quickly turn around if someone was behind it. But nobody was. The barren scenery of floor 6 felt almost harmless, although nothing would have made us fully lower our guard. Wait 1 second. Shroya turned around and grabbed the attic key from the floor. Then from the outside, she locked it. If they're still inside and disabled the elevator, I just locked them in. If they already left, they might think we locked ourselves inside again. It was a good idea.
Hmm.
She put the key in her purse, and attaching ourselves to the left wall, we picked up a fairly brisk pace, intending to reach the crystal floor.
Do you
Every
want to take
floor.
narration for a bit?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Every floor is packed with perilous turns where our attacker could have been waiting, and I found it very likely that they were near an elevator door expecting us to use it at any point. We circled through the entire 6th floor and went down the first staircase. We still had our shoes in our hands, so we were making the least amount of noise possible. Unfortunately, the strong echo amplified our steps enough to nullify the effect. Really?
Hmm.
Really? Running through floor 5, I thought, oh, they're going pretty fast. Okay, I thought of what
Yeah,
we'd do
they're
if the
going some.
Sekimeiya hadn't been taken from the cabinet. Unable to undo our own lock, we'd be done for. Going to the security room to try and get Kate's bathroom key would be the last thing we could depend on. However, it was very likely the killer had taken it. We made it to floor 4. We continually made a series of turns moving down through the building. Meanwhile, I kept trying to force out the thought that any of those plain walls could be the last thing we ever saw. Whoa. The same knife, the same breeze at my side. After leaving the partitions, as if the culprit had teleported behind me, I saw another missed swing that was incredibly close to taking my life. It had happened again, a sudden ambush.
Oh shit.
Joy let out a cry at my side. We didn't stop running, but something had taken my desire to react. That time, I saw it. The hand gripping the knife and a wristwatch.
Oh.
Then, the voice of the person who tried to kill me broke out and resounded through the entire floor.
Oh, I didn't say thank you to subs.
Oh, go for it.
Yeah.
Good time.
Okay. Thank you, Paquetto, for resubbing. Thank you, Dawn to the Dawns, for resubbing with Glorp. Glorp. Glorp.
Glorp.
Thank
Glorp.
you, Chrysostal, for resubbing. Hey Denner with 3 months already. Thanks for all of the fun streams. It's been a blast. Yeah, we're having fun. And thank you, Caps, for resubbing. Hey, you guys like that one? At least my list of subs isn't as long as Joe's. Right.
It is Sai!
Yay!
Yay!
He's here! Yay! Katsuki, you son of a bitch!
Sai's voice echoed in my mind. Without stopping, we turned our heads around to see an enraged expression full of malice. Then he took off behind us, knife in hand. The chase resumed. Shiroya and I sprinted as fast as we could toward the staircase to floor 3, while I reeled at the fact that it had actually been Sai.
Same.
Why? And why then? His face had made it clear that trying to ask would be our end. However, as soon as I forced my body to move, it rejected me. I understood there was no way I could run for much longer, and the same surely applied to Shiroya. As we headed toward the staircase, I thought of something. Sai's pretty far behind, and it's very likely the elevator's still on floor 3, just under the stairs, since Shiroya called it just before we were attacked. If it is, we might be able to get in before he can catch us this time. It sounded feasible. As soon as we got to the lower floor, we could attempt to open the elevator. If Sai had disabled it, it was likely still there. We'd concluded that he probably entered the attic through the main door, meaning that it wasn't in the attic.
This means last stream wasn't without Sai. We don't know if it was the same person.
It was risky, but our bodies were on the verge of giving up, our lives balanced on a knife's edge. Even if a car is working with Sai, as long as the elevator is here, that shouldn't be a problem. If Sai's really working with him, what's likely is that Akara was the one to go to the attic while Sai waited here to ambush us. The way it happened, I imagine Sai was hiding inside the first partition, waiting for us to pass by. We began to speed down the stairs while I tried to decide on what to do. Sai hadn't started to chase us until he'd yelled my name, which had created enough distance between us to seriously consider the elevator. Despite that, it still felt off. Our attacker was Sai. Not many things slipped by him. The elevator wasn't particularly fast, but most importantly, would he really let us use it? Even though we could outrun him at full speed, trying and failing to open the elevator was time we didn't know we had, considering we weren't going to be able to keep running for so long. The speed that this guy's mind works, huh?
Yeah, I know. Oh, welcome Moa Raiders. Thank you. This is the peakest and lowest point of the 100 line. Don't worry, there's only peak happening here. It's fine.
Yep. Nothing but peak.
Oh! Are we sticking to the always choose the top choice plan?
Yeah.
Sekimeiya experts in the chat? Do we want to do that? Always choose top? Oh, okay. Always go top.
Always top. Okay.
Entering the elevator.
Squeak.
Oh shit, we're back here.
The world froze. However, strangely, movement was still within. Ultimately, just before stepping onto the third floor, Katsuki changed his mind. He was exhausted, and at that point, the elevator seemed safe. 1 second, I'll try to open the elevator. Troya had also been thinking about it, but she hadn't thought that Katsuki would attempt to use it. It was next to the staircase, so it didn't take him very long to confirm it. The elevator was still on the third floor, and it hadn't been disabled. He opened it, and its empty interior came into their view. Alright, get in! Before Sai could catch them, both of them boarded the elevator. They had enough time to press a button, but it was yet another decision to make. They looked at the panel and decided to touch one of the 8 available buttons.
Oh, oh God.
Oh,
Okay. All right.
whoa.
Oh, we have branching choices. Dear Lord. Okay.
What about the button that makes it so the elevator locks down until someone comes in?
Interesting question, yeah.
Yeah. Katsuki's plan was simple. He wanted to take advantage of the distance they'd gained from Sai. Perhaps they could trick him. He thought they were going to continue running down, so if they went back up, Sai might have thought they'd already turned toward the offices. In addition, they knew the elevator could be heard if it arrived at or left the floor one was on. With eyes almost closed, Atsuki waited a few seconds so that Sai would have time to arrive and miss the sound. Meanwhile, he reached into Shoryu's purse to grab the attic key and use it to unlock the floor 7 button, which he confidently pressed. But what was really crossing Atsuki's mind? Had that been the plan he designed and decided on? Sai must have known the elevator was available, and using it would have ceased their echoing footfalls. At his side, Shoryu couldn't help but be confused by the action he'd chosen to take. I hate that it's come to this, but we can't escape from Sai for more than 3 hours. We have to put all our faith in locking ourselves up in a bedroom.
Dude, you can knock Sai over with a strong kick. I don't know why they're not just fighting back, man.
Or they could hide on top of the fridge.
They could hide on top of the fridge.
Shoryu was speechless at his sudden change, but she couldn't object to him. She decided not to reply and trusted the decision her oldest friend had made to save both their lives. Up there, we'll set the chain and physically prevent the door from opening. Even if Sai has the key, he won't be able to break the door down. In case he enters, we can try to use something to defend ourselves. They had seen Sai's murderous expression and felt how strongly he desired their eradication. Even though the physical demand was high, keeping a chain door from opening was much more reasonable than perpetually running away. I have a recurring nightmare where I'm trying to hold the door closed as someone's trying to break in. It's not a pleasant experience.
Interesting. I used to have a recurring nightmare as a kid that I was inside my own ear and being chased through it by a monster.
That's fucked up.
Yeah.
The elevator stopped and began to slowly open its doors. The trip had created a great deal of tension that was released when they burst out of it. They were back in the hallway they just escaped from, but they'd shifted their goal. They ran, ignoring the turns they previously handled with care. They wanted to enter the bedroom, which they began to see as their only salvation. Both open doors were in sight. Only the right one possessed a chain, so they didn't hesitate over which one to enter. Running, the lack of friction between Atsuki's socks and the wooden flooring almost made him trip, but he managed to steady himself. Shoryu made her way in first, and immediately shut the door as soon as Atsuki joined her. On the left side of the door, the chain began to swing in response to the abrupt slam. As Atsuki hurried to check the drawers, Shoryu's trembling arm set the chain, recalling how unreliable it had been in the past.
Do you see the key?
Atsuki remembered. He had left it in the top drawer of the stand. Yes, he let out a cry of joy when he saw that it hadn't been taken. The chances of surviving had just drastically increased. But nothing had been settled. While holding the key, the nightmarish sound of a bursting door struck Atsuki's ears. When he turned around, he saw Shiroi's body being knocked away.
Uh-oh.
Strong Sai theory? What?
Strong
Past
Sai
the door.
theory. Yeah.
The terrifying silhouette of Sai paralyzed Atsuki's mind. The knife was still gripped in his right hand, and as soon as he saw Atsuki's defeated expression, Sai grinned. How did he get here so fast? On the floor, Shoryu yelled desperately, but Sai ignored her. He began to approach Atsuki, who stared at him in regret. He hadn't even had time to grab the screwdriver. Stop! Oh. Whoops. Shoryu cried again. But anything she could say was meaningless to Sai, who was certain of her fate. Atsuki's hands let go of his shoes, and he made his first step backwards, inevitably backing himself into the wall. When he made eye contact with his killer, he noticed Sai had a bit of blood in his mouth. Such trivial information had become utterly pointless, but he thought that blood might have dripped off of him sometime in the past. He made no attempt at putting that information to use. His mind had broken down, and he couldn't move. He realized his reckless actions had resulted in not only his own death, but Shiroya's. She placed her hand on the floor and attempted to stand up. Wasting no time, she launched herself towards Sai, yay, whose murderous aura had spoken every needed word.
Yippee! Oh no, he's bigger!
Once again, she was ignored, and instead Sai dashed forward. Atsuki had no time to even react. When he looked down, he saw the knife had pierced through his stomach. So this is how being stabbed feels. Such a ridiculous thought was all that crossed his mind. Then sensation surprised him. It hadn't been as painful as he had expected. But his body crumpled down, unable to keep supporting himself. From a lower perspective, he saw that Sai's face had become even more warped. Behind him, Shiroria's fell into despair. She reached for Atsuki, but Sai did not allow it. Mercilessly, he moved his arm in an arc, drawing a long horizontal cut through Shiroria's chest. Inwardly, Atsuki cried in anguish. But Sai frowned. After instinctively reacting to Shiroria's attempt at aiding Atsuki, he looked at his second victim in disbelief.
What?
He sounded surprised, but soon snapped out of it. Before Atsuki could make a last effort at understanding why they had to be finished off like that, Sai jumped back at him and stabbed him for a second time. So that Sai doesn't know who she is then, I guess, right?
Or like he's confused why she's trying to help him because he thinks that they're both evil or something. Yeah.
And then a third and a fourth. All of them felt much more painful, but he couldn't move.
Brought this on yourself, you fucking idiot. Ooh.
Those words were received as static noise. An irreversible cloudiness began to fill Atsuki's consciousness, and eventually his brain stopped interpreting the splashes of blood that every step produced, shortly cutting off forever.
Katsuki died.
as he lived, with his head full of rambly thoughts. Pendulum. What does that mean? Actual cannibal Shia LaBeouf? Shia LaBeouf? Oh, nice.
Okay,
wait, so we're gonna go down to the bottom one now, or do we just go continue running down?
Do we do top and then the bottom option there, or do we do continue running down? Backseaters in the chat. Enter the elevator. So okay, we're doing both of the
top to bottom, yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Hair to hair.
All right. We already did this. Okay. Stay inside the elevator. It's tab to skip scene text. Okay. What if I click frantically instead? 6 to 1, sphere to square. Yep.
When Katsuki ran down through all the buttons, he realized there was one he hadn't considered. Above all the others, the red button with the word stop immediately grabbed its attention. Oh, they're going to do it. Oh, okay. I thought they were going to go down. Interesting. The stop button will be safe if we lock ourselves in here. Oh, I hope they're not going to starve. Like, this will be a long sequence. Shirori's eyes widened in amazement. Both of them had failed to recall its existence.
I hope that Sai goes to the floor above them, pries open the doors with superhuman strength, and then saws through the cable, and so the elevator falls down and crushes them both.
They thought back to Kate's words. He told them if the button was pressed while the elevator was moving, only an entity from outside the tower could enable it again. Before Sai had time to arrive and open the door, Atsuki rushed to press the floor 4 button. That was solely done to begin motions, and stopping it while stationary might have left the outer button functional. As soon as they departed from the 3rd floor, Atsuki pressed the stop button. Without any delay, the whole structure abruptly ceased moving and kept itself suspended between the 3rd and 4th floors.
Baldur says, excuse me, streamer, but the elevator can't fall if the cable is cut. There's latches that engage if the cable goes slack. This is a building with 1 window per floor and a security system that shuts the whole place down. You know what? The power being off shut off the latches. The alarm system shut off the latches. It's everybody for themselves. I don't want to hear it. Anyway.
And no fire extinguishers. I think you have drastically overestimated the amount of windows. Actually, I think is only one of the floors has windows. This is even worse than you said.
2 windows.
There we go. It worked. Both of them breathed with relief. An inaccessible elevator in the middle of an inaccessible tunnel. They'd reached the safest position within the tower. Like Kate said, no connection with the outside occurred because it's something the alarm disabled. We'll have to wait until the front door opens to be rescued, but that's more than okay.
You can't shut off the latches. They're purely mechanical. Where did all of these elevator experts come from in the chat? Did someone do a podcast about it? What are we doing? Sorry.
It's the chat knowledge buff. Yeah, chat is all knowing. Yeah. Shoya agreed with a faint voice. They knew they had slightly more than 3 hours to go, and a narrow elevator was all the space they had. Deciding the rest as best they could. So sorry, deciding to
Oh,
rest as best
sorry.
they could. Oh
I
shit,
thought that we
it's
were
fine.
done with the line. That's my bad.
It's okay. They went to sleep.
They put their shoes on.
After the elevator had stopped, not the faintest external sound had been heard. Their bodies were still tired, so despite the long wait, they knew they could wait through it with ease. Leaning on opposite corners, they let their bodies loosen, starting to feel their heartbeats slowing down. Wait, hold on, it's an elevator in a VN, it's airtight. They're gonna run out of air.
Oh
No!
shit. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Did they not learn anything from Ace Attorney? This is it, they're screwed.
Okay, so the line was deciding to rest as best as they could. They put their shoes on and let their bodies drop until they sat on the floor. Okay, so
Okay.
I felt bad about that. I didn't mean to skip it.
That's okay. Both of them wanted to talk to the other, but didn't do so. Instead, they used their imaginations to explore what they'd do after escaping. Troya had been living in Atsuki's house for a week, and they'd never set an end date. He hoped she could stay with him for a little bit longer without being a bother. In the meantime, Atsuki's mind kept going to what they talked about for hours previously. It had been so long since they'd visited their old cabin that he really felt a strong desire to go back there with her. But he knew what had been happening around them. He knew that for some reason, Sai wanted them dead. He'd somehow acquired a knife and abused the Sekimeiya's powers. It was very unlikely he could reach their position, but depending on his true motives, the chase might have continued even after exiting the tower. After all, it appeared the cameras hadn't been working, and with the aid of the Sekimeiya, Sai could have known how to avoid being caught by the police. Even if they'd outsmarted him once, it was impossible to be at peace yet. Is he gonna, like, logic his way into a bad end here? Minutes started to pass, and not a thing had reached their ears. But as they were between two floors, it was unlikely even a loud sound could have.
There are like 5 really, really funny posts in chat, but I don't want to hold up the VN by reading them.
A lesser VN would not have mentioned the shoes and created ambiguity later. One of the characters were wearing shoes, but not Sekimeiya.
The first VN with perfect information is so funny. There's so many funny posts right now.
It's impossible the elevator had stopped unless did Kate forget to feed the pulley golem down in the basement? It wouldn't surprise me. I have a hunch he also wasn't paying close attention to the security cameras either. He's clearly a nepotism hire.
Let us not forget he's gonna invent Rocco's basilisk and go crazy because he can't get to a computer to start coding. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay.
Oh man, that's really good. That's really good.
Okay, anyway.
Every now and then, they'd raise their heads to check on each other. It was impossible to keep a comfortable position, so they continued slightly adjusting themselves. As soon as Katsuki realized that he was still thirsty, he knew he wouldn't be able to get it out of his mind. He was about to attempt some small talk by saying it, but stopped himself, as if it could have made Shiroya feel the same way. A few more minutes went by. Atsuki didn't know how long they'd been in the elevator. Without a watch, and given how tired they were, it was far too difficult to tell. Any range from 10 to 20 minutes seemed possible to him. But a sudden dark atmosphere began to creep up on them.
God, I want him to climb. I'm so deranged right now. I'm imagining Sai prying open the doors, jumping on top of the elevator, and like ripping open the ceiling tiles. Like I just want anarchy right now.
There must be a hatch on top of the elevator, right? Like, yeah. He could do that, yeah.
Yeah.
With a broken sense of time, Atsuki remembered one of the most mysterious events they'd experienced. They'd listened to a recording that had claimed the exit would never open, that the alarm's effects would be permanent.
Yeah, you should have thought about that.
When he made the rush decision of activating the emergency stop function of the elevator, he hadn't thought of it. If it was legitimate, nobody was going to let them out. When the thought came to him, Atsuki's heart began to speed up again. Yeah, this would drive me crazy. I would not be in a good place right now in the story. Had Shiroya thought of it, he couldn't tell her. In less than a minute, the claustrophobic sensation had begun to invade Atsuki's body.
Are you okay?
Yeah, don't worry. Shiroya noticed he'd started to take deeper and faster breaths. The decision was irreversible, but the process to learn if it had been the correct one was what began to assault Atsuki. Had his finger already sealed their fate? He didn't know how much longer they'd have to wait to find out. Atsuki began to sweat nervously as he imagined the terrifying scenarios they could have already caught themselves in. How long until 9? If they could be sure that that point in time would mark the end of their suffering, reaching it wouldn't be an issue. As soon as Atsuki had thought of the not unlikely worst scenario, though, every second had begun to feel unbearable. Would they die inside the elevator if help never came? It should have been impossible. After all, if the recording was legitimate and they'd spent a month in the tower, it must also be true that Atsuki would survive until it occurred. Yeah, that's true. That's a good question.
Mm-hmm.
However, what about Shiroya? She hadn't been mentioned in it. Does that
we
mean
know who's
he's
eating
gonna have
who?
to... Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Atsuki was used to feeling betrayed by his own mind. Shorei had been wearing a neutral expression, but if nothing had happened in 3 hours, what kind of expression would she have? Would he be the only one to survive after seeing his friend deteriorate? The rational part of him denied it. There was no food anywhere, and none of them could survive for so long, yet he couldn't relieve any of his worries.
You're almost there, Katsuki.
He stood up and stretched his body as much as he could. Maintaining the verbal silence, he sat back down. His mind begged for noise, the lack of anything else happening driving him mad. He wasn't sure how much longer they had to wait for. Perhaps they'd been inside for half an hour. As much as he wanted the time to pass, he knew the inevitable time would come, almost 9. The uncertain period of time in which nothing would be known. Was it past 9, and they were already doomed? Was the way out about to unlock? How could they know? If it was truly never going to open, when would they know it? Would they have to wait for 6 hours before being sure that their perception of time hadn't shattered?
Oh my god.
He didn't know what to think. Nearby, Sai might have been trying to find a way to kill them. Could it be that he wouldn't let the exit open precisely to achieve that? The tendency Atsuki had to overthink everything. Made for the perfect paranoid mind. Beyond everything, thinking about reality. I feel like this could have been an interesting scene if Atsuki and Shoryu were talking. I wonder why the story is keeping them from talking. Is there like a reason for that? Do you think, like a secret?
Yeah, they might reveal things about Mia before it's relevant.
Beyond everything, thinking about a reality in which they've been trapped there forever, sharing a long and agonizing end while he could only blame himself, was the most petrifying conclusion he could imagine. And it wouldn't occur. He had spent the past few minutes with his eyes closed when he opened them after a sudden noise. What? Wait, what? He looked up. A knife had been stabbed into his chest, one gripped by a hand. When it was taken out, blood began to pour out of him, wetting his shirt. A cold and simultaneously hot pain invaded his whole torso. He couldn't comprehend what had happened and looked at the blood in disbelief. Then, his gaze turned to Shoreu's expression. It was one he'd never seen on her. His mind fell into disarray as he frantically looked around the cramped space. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The situation was so laughable that he couldn't bring himself to scream or utter a word. Flickering shreds of sound began to fill his ears while while his sight blackened. No, why? Those words echoed within himself, unable to be released. Did Shiroya stab him? He opened his eyes to confirm it one more time. Indeed, what he saw was a senseless nightmare. Every scenario he thought of had been erased. Atsuki felt the disconnect from reality, as if his body had been hijacked. Without the strength to resist, he gave out on keeping a hold of himself, and as soon as he collapsed to the ground, his consciousness burst like a bubble.
I guess personal paradox. Oh.
What was it then?
Don't know.
Did the knife use the Sekimeiya?
I don't know. What? I refuse to believe you've not watched the DEFCON 22 talk elevator hacking from the pit to the penthouse. For the record, don't enter the shaft if you're not a trained elevator professional. I don't know what the fuck DEFCON 22 is. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Balder, are you doing a Homestuck roleplay in chat right now? What is a usual Balder message?
I don't know what the fuck DEFCON 22 is.
I've never even heard of a DEFCON talk. What's that?
What is that? I went
I
to
just want to see
see.
if Joe was live.
Yeah,
So go ahead, you read it.
No, go
No,
ahead. You take this one.
I just went to see if Joe was live. Saw that he wasn't, but a channel he recommends is come here, and the first thing I hear is Joe. What's going on? I use the Sekimeiya. I'm here. Hello.
Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the channel. There's been some developments. Huh. Have you
All
never
right. So what
heard?
happened there? Shiroya stabbed him. He stabbed himself. The knife just teleported into his chest, or Sai used the Sekimeiya to teleport into the elevator, or broke through the ceiling and they didn't hear it, or what?
Shiroya's got to be involved somehow, and I think that Shiroya being antagonistic toward him, or some version of Shiroya being antagonistic toward him, makes the previous bad ending make sense with Sai being confused about why she would help Katsuki. Like it
Mm-hmm.
almost seems like that. So when we were off stream, I said maybe the place that they're teleporting whenever they touch the Seki, maybe they're I posited off stream, chatters, sorry, that there are two parallel timelines. It's not necessarily like an infinite number of timelines, but there are maybe a limited number of timelines, and the place that they're going whenever they touch the Sekimeiya is the place that they are in the other parallel timeline. And so if there's like multiple, we've talked before about there being like multiple versions of Psy. So maybe in like one of those timelines, like everybody is at each other's throats and like to the point of wanting to murder each other. And that explains why like Psy is confused about the relationship between them or something. Um
And why some people don't know that other people are in the building. Yeah, there's definitely
yeah,
another timeline for sure. Like that's
yeah,
that's a certain thing. Yeah.
yeah.
Um.
Only
Hmm.
97 rounds to go. 97, the
Underline.
100
Oh my god.
Sekimeiya.
Yeah. See, the end that we saw when he teleported to the locker felt like the universe correcting itself in some way.
Mm-hmm.
The end that we just got in the attic felt like just a legitimate end to the story. Like it didn't feel like anything special happened there. But this time it felt like the universe realized it was going to break and just made a knife teleport to his chest somehow. Like I don't know.
Yeah, that's interesting with the because the first time, the first like ending like that we got, the omniscient narrator was talking about how like this is a reality that cannot happen, and this felt like that as
Hmm.
well, right?
Yeah. But the one in
So
the attic didn't feel like that. The one in the attic felt like that was just like, yeah, you made a bad decision and this is where your story ends. You got killed.
can Joe stand
But
up from
maybe.
his pillow and start theorizing? You already carry Umineko streams. You don't have to carry this one. He's doing great. He's doing great.
I'm trying so hard. Wow. Wow.
Hmm.
Anyway, I'm good to continue.
Just look up Roko's basilisk, and Wikipedia says it led to Musk and Grimes starting a relationship. What the fuck is Sekimeiya?
I hate that I knew that already.
I also knew this fact. It's just so funny because
Yeah.
on last stream, somebody in chat said that they didn't like Harry Potter, but they did like Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality, and I was like, please don't look up anything about it. Just keep that in your heart. Okay, all right. We're gonna continue running down now.
Continue running down.
Ooh, want me to take over narration?
Sure, go for it.
Entering the elevator was too risky. That was my final conclusion. There's no way Sai hadn't prepared for it. We set foot on the third floor. I glanced to my right and saw the shut elevator. That meant it probably hadn't been disabled, giving off a further feeling of a trap. I saw the bathrooms again as well. We had the opportunity to lock ourselves inside one, but I doubted the inner lock would be able to withstand the force of someone turning a key from outside. Ignoring both options, we continued running forward. Sai had probably been waiting for us inside the first partition of the previous floor, so running next to them was hair-raising. Behind us, Sai's noisy attempts at catching up began growing audible throughout the entire floor. We had to put distance between us to good use. When we arrived on the second floor, my limbs began to tremble, pushed harder than I had ever expected.
We should probably go to the event room just to see if the Sekimeiya is still there.
Shiroya didn't react to what I said, but we continued to make our way through the floor. There was another reason we had to target the event room. If Sai was our only attacker, for as long as we circled in and out of it, we wouldn't be caught. Of course, we couldn't do that for the remaining 3 hours, but it was better than putting ourselves in a corner. The final staircase was just ahead of us. We'd begun to slow down, but Sai hadn't been able to close the distance between us. We could hear his footsteps still descending the previous flight of stairs. When we crossed the door in the middle of the staircase, we saw the floor of hallway A. Without hesitating, we kept running toward the door in the middle. There was another drop of blood on the floor of hallway C.
What?
It looked recent, too. Had someone been occasionally bleeding small drops for 2 hours? I had no time to wonder about it as I pushed open the door in front of us. In the dark room, the covered cabinet appeared camouflaged by the walls. Drawn by its overwhelming aura, I grabbed the bottom of the curtain and lifted it. Ooh.
Really?
What do we do? The Sekimeiya was behind the glass. Neither the mysterious Shiroya nor Sai had taken it. I tried to open it, which confirmed that our lock was still in effect. Only the key would deliver the Sekimeiya back to us, and Akaro or Sai surely had it. And even though another Sekimeiya could exist, that was no guarantee.
We can't keep running away forever, but there's no safe place. Just smash it.
I froze, trying to think, but my nerves prevented me from doing so. There was nothing we could do but keep running to escape from Sai.
Another Sekimeiya could be somewhere, but we can't enter any of the rooms to find it, or we could just be backing ourselves into a dead end.
The intense sound of Sai's footsteps hadn't been audible since we arrived on the crystal floor.
Let's go.
Still in chapter 1. Sorry. Go ahead.
We are somehow still in chapter 1. So yeah, let's go. I don't know where, but we should at least be in a hallway to see him coming.
The hallway B door hadn't been closed. We rushed to it, but the thoughtless action immediately proved to be a critical mistake. There we go. You two were really starting to tire me out. As soon as we tried to leave, Sai's body collided with mine at full speed. I was knocked down and fell by his feet. When his terrifying voice made me look up, I saw the knife we'd been running from pointed right in front of my face.
Sai, what the fuck are you doing?
I knew I couldn't run away. Behind me, I could feel Shiroya's trembling legs. She still had the chance to escape, but the shaking of her body ruled that out. Tell me, Atsuki, what do you think I'm doing? His face shifted into an unsettling smile while he slowly brought the knife closer to me. Please stop. Why do you want to kill us? Us? Don't worry, I was only chasing Katsuki. I'm not going to be the one to kill you. Do you mean someone else will? Precisely.
Shut the fuck up. There's no way she'll die.
Oh, I guess you haven't seen it? I thought for sure you had.
What?
Let me make it clear for you. Shiroya's fate is death. She's close to dying, and I will be the cause behind it if I have to be. Ooh. Unfortunately, you won't get to see it. You brought this upon yourself for being so fucking stupid. The knife seemed to grow bigger as it approached me. Was I truly about to die without understanding anything in that pathetic position? Wait, stop.
Tell me at least, why do you want to kill me?
I started to use my arms to drag myself backward. Sai followed my movements with his knife, his expression growing absent.
Answer me.
No, just let him go. He hasn't done anything. You stay right there. For the first time, Sai's voice wavered.
Why? Did he realize something?
Then he stared at my eyes with the most incensed and serious expression I'd seen on him. I'll ask again. Why do you think?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
I continued to move back and he stopped following me. When I'd separated myself enough from him, I stood up, but I couldn't run away. I'd ended up in the corner of the room and there was no real method of getting around him. Oh my god, Big Shiroya. Are you okay? I nodded uncertainly. Keeping her eyes on Sai, she walked up to me, abandoning any remaining chance of fleeing. Sai at least appeared not to be an immediate threat to Shiroya, so I didn't tell her to stay back. When I looked at Sai with a clearer mind, I saw something of importance that stood out. There was a bit of blood in his mouth. Immediately, I associated it with the drops we'd found.
Why is your mouth bleeding? When did that happen?
After looking down for a few seconds, he lifted his head back up, regaining his imposing aura. Are you laughing at me?
What? No. Why?
To answer your question, not more than 30 minutes ago.
Oh.
Was that supposed to mean something? The way he said it made it sound like he wanted to convey something more.
I thought you might have left some blood behind, like that drop, for example.
I pointed to the floor where the fully dried up drop was. I don't know where that came from, but it's not mine. That's been here for longer than 30 minutes.
I thought so. We're doing a theorizing check while he's being held at knife point. Like, here we go. Let's have a session. If he starts ranting, by the way, I'll take narration, but we'll see if he's gonna talk a lot. Have you stopped trying to kill me? I don't understand what you're doing.
Shut up. Unable to feel completely relieved, Shiroya and I glanced at each other. Had Sai been trying to kill me for something he thought I did? His murderous intent previously seemed incredibly determined, but my own bewilderment caused it to diminish out of nowhere. Pensively, Sai glanced around the room. Suddenly, in visible shock, his whole body went one step backward.
Did something happen?
Katsuki, tell me something. What time do you think it is?
Right now it should be around 5:40.
You're right. My watch says it's 5:41, and I'm sure it's correct.
Does that tell you anything?
I suppose so, but I'm not sure what.
What the fuck? Did you think I'd say an incorrect time?
Katsuki really needs to catch up, man.
Yeah.
Do you know where Akaro is? That son of a bitch? No idea.
Did something happen between you two? You escaped the bedroom together. How did you do it?
Try to figure it out yourself. Telling you anything I've concluded wouldn't be smart. I don't think Akaro is with us anymore, though. He might be outside. Huh? What? Using the
That's
Sekimeiya?
allowed?
Yeah, what? Yeah, most likely. What?
A few minutes after you two left, Akaro came back to the bedroom.
What is he? How is he just casually dropping he might be outside? What? Excuse me? Yeah, he said he didn't remember leaving, but he disappeared again without removing the chain. What the fuck? Don't tell me you believed him. I knew he could try to enter from the storeroom door, but I haven't guarded it the entire time.
You think he entered from the outside after escaping? Still, he vanished, and the Sekimeiya is right here.
Show me. Shiroya went ahead and raised the curtain, which had fallen by itself at some point. As we'd seen, the Sekimeiya was behind the glass. Did you two put it inside?
Yes, a long while ago.
Was it in the farthest back room in hallway B? B6?
Yes.
I thought about it again. The origin of that Sekimeiya still didn't make sense. Where?
First it was on the floor. We used it, but when we came back, we couldn't find it. Then we found it inside a drawer in the same room.
Huh. I see. It teleported there after you used it. I get it.
How'd you know we found it in that room?
I just remembered that it could have been there. Now, let me pass.
What?
He's so funny. Move away.
Do you want the Sekimeiya? Do you have the key?
Shut up and move away. Excuse me. I couldn't decipher his intent. His voice had changed completely, and he sounded as if we were the present threat instead of him, keeping him away from the Sekimeiya.
You just wanted to kill me. Why would we let you use the Sekimeiya?
Are you really this dense? I have a knife.
That's a fair point, and also a fair point. Are you going to kill us if we don't step aside?
Yeah. There was no determination in that threat. For some reason, everything murderous about him was gone.
Where'd you even get that knife? Did you kill Kate and Irina?
No, I haven't killed anyone.
Don't lie, you have a knife which was definitely used to kill Irina. You're trying to trick us, aren't you? You used the Sekimeiya to escape the tower, and then you entered again through the storeroom with that knife that you brought from the outside. You traveled from the hallway B room, which is how you knew we found the Sekimeiya there. The state we saw Akaro in. Did you do that?
Regarding where I found this knife, I just did. I'm not going to tell you where, but I found it inside this building, poorly hidden.
What? And you mean to tell us that we never found it before?
Listen, here's a good question for you. I've seen Kate and Irina's corpses. If I killed them, how come there's no blood on my clothes? I was taken aback. He was right. Blood would have splashed onto the killer's clothes after killing both of them, but Sai's were completely clean. Suddenly, a needle pierced my heart when I remembered something. The Shiroya who'd changed clothes. That doesn't mean anything. If you used the Sekimeiya to travel back in time after you killed them, it would have given you clean clothes from a past point, and the stained ones would have disappeared forever.
I was just about to say that, yeah. She's right. You could have easily gotten rid of them like that.
That's wrong.
What is?
What you two just said is wrong. However, I didn't have to get rid of any clothes, seeing as I didn't kill anyone.
What exactly are we wrong about?
As I said before, telling you anything wouldn't be smart. Were we wrong? About what? His clothes still had very faint traces of the smoke on them. If he'd traveled outside the tower and then entered from the storeroom, there would have been no smoke on them. Was that wrong as well? I didn't know how to object. After Kate and Irina died, it was unlikely anyone activated the Sekimeiya. How had it appeared inside the drawer? Either it teleported there or someone deliberately left it inside. Going off how clumsily that drawer was shut, the latter sounded a lot more plausible. Regardless, it was still shut, so nobody could have traveled after leaving the Sekimeiya there. The window for that explanation was incredibly tight. It had to have happened before that point or after the present time if the Sai we were talking to was the result of an upcoming time travel. We also couldn't rule out the possibility that someone took the Sekimeiya out of the cabinet, used it, and placed it back inside. Anyway, I wouldn't want to kill you two now since there's more stuff I want to think about. I'd still get out of my way if I were you, though.
You definitely have the key for the cabinet, right? You took it from the bedroom before escaping. Does that mean that Akaro never had it? It doesn't sound as if you two got along too well despite leaving together.
Katsuki, overcome your stupidity and move. Do you want to put her in danger? I don't want to move either. Giving the Sekimeiya to you can't be a good idea no matter what. I have a knife, for the love of God! You were scared out of your minds running away before. Where did your balls come from?
At this point, I'm pretty sure you don't intend to use it.
Sai's lips curved into a grin. Then he kneeled and left the knife on the floor. Alright, let's play your game then.
What game?
You two don't understand anything. You think you do, and it's laughable. Right. I don't want to use my knife because overpowering you physically right now would be a loss. I'll have to go one step further and show you how pathetic your resistance is. Without abandoning his unsettling smirk, he dashed out of the room toward hallway B. Huh? I didn't understand anything, but Sai had a plan. Given what had happened the previous time, I hesitated to chase after him, but I immediately realized that was a mistake. To prevent him from completely leaving our line of sight, I sprinted toward the door and looked down the hallway.
We took the knife, right?
Yeah,
we took the knife,
I wonder
right?
if Shiroya picked the knife up there. Interesting. Before I got there, the loud noise of a door being slammed boomed out. By the time I arrived, all I saw was a bunch of closed doors with no indication of which one had created the noise.
He has to be inside one of them. No way he had time to get to hallway C or the lobby.
We have to search all the rooms. Going off what he said, I figured he would have created that noise to lure us out and make us mistakenly think he was still in the hallway, but that couldn't be it. With such a brief window of time, he was definitely in one of those rooms. Oh, the game they want to play is hide and seek.
Hooray!
Yay! He must think we'll search for him, but he has something in mind. Do you want this, just in case? Shiroya had retrieved the knife from the floor. I understood her proposition, but I declined it.
If he wanted to harm us, he would have done so just now. He wants to trick us somehow.
But how? He's in one of the rooms, so how would he be able to do anything?
His goal was clear to open the Sekimeiya cabinet, so there's a very simple way. It seems he understands how the Sekimeiya works better than us, and it's still possible another one exists. If he entered the room where he knew the other Sekimeiya was, he could have gone back to the past. Maybe he thought both of us would chase behind him and he could immediately enter the event room from hallway A. That's why it should be fine if you stay here, looking at the hallway. I'll open the doors while you make sure Sai doesn't leave and nobody enters from the other side.
Shiroya walked back and closed the hallway A door, hindering any entrance. She nodded, knowing we couldn't just ignore him. Just watch out, okay? He dropped the knife to bait us into following him. He sounded pretty confident, and knowing Sai, he's got some plan.
I know, I'll be careful, but he still has to be here. It's important to find him, even though he gave it to us. The fact is we have his knife. If we find him, we can keep him in one place until we're out of here, unless he teleports back and then he'll have his knife back again.
Although it seems, Sai said that's not how it works, so She agreed. I stepped out of the room, glancing around me as I put my shoes on. I was absolutely certain that one of the closed doors hid Sai behind it. With how fast everything happened, it was also likely he hadn't gone to any room on the extremes of the hallway. However, I started with those to rule them out. On full alert, I turned the doorknob of the cleaning room and pushed the door open. The empty space came into view, still missing the cart that used to occupy much of it. I knew he could have used a Sekimeiya to escape, so I briefly searched around for it. There were some shelves and buckets, but I doubted something as big as the Sekimeiya could be hidden there. It was literally in a bucket already, but whatever. Before moving on, I
Yeah.
saw something. On top of one shelf, there was a key. Surprised, I jumped to grab it, and in my hand was a small key I hadn't seen before, so I put it in my pocket.
I don't get it. This room has been searched before with the intention of finding Sekimeiya, right? How come this key was never found?
It was no time to wonder that, so I exited as soon as I determined nothing else was hidden out of sight. The room in front of me, B6, was where we'd found the Sekimeiya. I entered it and looked in every cabinet and drawer. All of them were empty. As soon as I set foot in the staff room, I remembered a complete search couldn't be performed. What if Sai could open one of the lockers?
Wait, no, that's fine. They can't be locked from the inside, although they're big enough to contain a person. If Sai had the brilliant idea to hide in one, it must currently be unlocked. And if he used the Sekimeiya that he had inside one, I'm having trouble reading today, I'm sorry. He needed to unlock it first. After traveling, it would remain unlocked.
Just because you're so excited to read Sekimeiya that you're just stumbling over your words to...
I know, I just want to keep going, yeah, so fast.
I had to try opening every single one. The higher compartments had 3 narrow slits I could barely put my fingers through. I used them to try pulling the doors toward me, sure that they'd open if they were unlocked. One locker opened, Naomi's. Only her coat was inside, and I made sure its pockets were empty. After that, no more doors budged.
Not here either. Unless he used the Sekimeiya and then it teleported itself away like he said happened earlier.
Did they ever find out where the cleaning cart teleported to? I have no idea. I entered the following crystal room, and after the same quick search, I confirmed neither Sai nor the Sekimeiya were inside. From the event room, Shiroya let me know that nothing had happened on her end. She was looking at hallway B to prevent Sai's escape while paying very close attention to the door behind her. Perhaps Sai could enter from it at any time, make it to the cabinet faster than Shiroya, and then overpower her. However, he willingly gave up the knife, and that was his best opportunity to do so. Next, I entered room B4. It exuded a sinister aura, exhibiting Naomi and Irina's deaths. Trying to ignore my sudden heartache, I inspected every cabinet where Sai or the Sekimeiya could be. As usual, they were all empty.
Just 3 more. We have to find something in one of these.
I continued by entering the room on my left. At first glance, it was another empty crystal room where nothing of importance had occurred. After looking through every cabinet, that sensation hadn't changed. Yet again, a few spare gems were all I was able to find inside them. It was the same in the next one. It was full of uninteresting cabinets storing nothing but air and gemstones.
There's only one more. Could it be we left the correct one for the end?
Shiroya looked unsure. She was constantly glancing behind her while giving Sai no time to escape hallway B. I opened the door and stepped into the last crystal room. Nothing appeared different from the others. To prevent a sudden attack, I'd been getting used to immediately looking behind the doors. That first step was completed without an issue. Those cabinets were the sole remaining places where Sai could be. Starting from the right ones, I uncovered their lids one by one, progressively narrowing down the last options. And when I opened the last one, it was finally confirmed. Sai wasn't anywhere. Feeling defeated, I returned to hallway B and rejoined Shiroya.
I don't get it. There's not much he could have done.
He said the Sekimeiya could teleport itself after being used. Maybe that's why you didn't find it.
But do you think that's what he did? I mean, I've searched enough to be sure that he isn't in any of these rooms, but there might be a very good spot I've missed where he hit the Sekimeiya. But why would he do that? Does he really want to get his hands on the Sekimeiya in the cabinet when he knew where another one was? And was his plan simply to use it, lure us out while he trusted his hiding spot, and enter the event room from hallway A? There's no way, right?
Probably not. He knew one of us would stay here.
Yeah, he left his knife behind to make us chase after him, but there's no way he thought both of us would go.
Do you think he had time to go to hallway C or the lobby?
He wasn't very fast when he was chasing us, and I doubt he faked his speed just for this. I suppose we can't completely rule it out, but I didn't hear his footsteps in the distance.
Whatever Sai was planning, we had to stop it. He might have given up on killing us, but nothing guaranteed he hadn't simply held off on it after realizing something important.
So let's say that it does work, that you can duplicate keys and knives and everything using Sekimeiya. Could you duplicate the Sekimeiya by using the Sekimeiya? Because my mind is having trouble processing that. if you were carrying around a knife and you put the knife down and then you use the Sekimeiya to travel back in time 10 minutes when you still had the knife, you could wait 10 minutes, go to where the knife is on the floor, and then put the knife down there, and you have two knives, right? If you're carrying around the Sekimeiya, you have to touch the Sekimeiya to use the Sekimeiya. But if you use the Sekimeiya to travel back in time when you had the Sekimeiya 10 minutes ago, you'd have to go and stop the person from using the Sekimeiya again, and then there'd be two, right? So you're kind of, so in order to make another Sekimeiya, there has to be a paradox involved, or the Sekimeiya just doesn't travel back with you. Would that be enough? Yeah. So if you had the Sekimeiya like 10 minutes ago, and then you went and you used the Sekimeiya, right? You travel back in time to where you're holding the Sekimeiya, you have it, and then you just don't use it, and then 10 minutes later you go to your future self that you just used the Sekimeiya, who just blinks and drops the Sekimeiya when it teleports. Now there's two.
Okay, but alternately, I'm gonna take Sai's position here. If Sai is telling the truth and that's not how it works, then it supports the theory that we're hopping across timelines. And when we're hopping across timelines, you're hopping into the timelines are not aligned, I think is how this would work. Is that the timelines aren't aligned. So like if we're aligned, right, with a timeline that is 30 days in the future or whatever, like if those timelines aren't happening at the same pace, then like whenever you hop into that alternate universe, you just assume the physicality of what is going on in that alternate timeline. And if you're assuming the physicality of what's going on in that alternate timeline, nothing gets duplicated.
Yeah, it could be that. Yeah.
So
those are the two leading theories. There could be multiple timelines, but I don't want to go there yet. Those are the two theories that could be going on. Yeah. Okay. Because we've never seen, in all the duplications and everything that we've seen so far, we've never seen both in the same place, right? We've never seen both Sekimeiyas in the same place. We've never seen two people in the same place.
We've seen Shiroya twice in the same place, and we've seen Naomi's body twice in the same place.
Oh, we have seen those things. Okay.
Yeah.
You're right.
That's the biggest argument against it. The only it's possible that one person is like like a rogue agent who is able to travel at will, like an extra copy of someone who has been created. And our best argument for that right now is that it could be more than one person. So we've forgotten about Zin for like the last 20 hours of this visual novel or whatever, but it's possible that one of those people has something that lets them hop at will. And in that case, it could be that they're like malicious actors who are going across timelines. But in the case of Naomi, it's possible that since the body doesn't count as a person anymore, that somebody could just bring it and drop it. Maybe. I don't know.
It could also be that. It could be that the Shiroya and Naomi are the same entity, just at different points in the timeline, and there's a time where they coexist and they overlap. Whereas with duplicating Sekimeiya and knives and keys, that doesn't seem to be the case, especially with the locker key legitimately just teleported back to him from the toilet. So like unless somehow someone goes into the pipes and like breaks open the pipes and gets that key from the toilet, like I don't think that's possible.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a good answer to the toilet situation.
I think we need more information. Maybe I'm not sure. Maybe there's two sets of rules going on, like with different things. Like you could use multiple timelines while at the same time there could be duplication.
Yeah, that's the other thing is that we talked about off stream is that it's possible that the different if there are multiple Sekimeiyas, they might do different things. So if one lets you travel across to hop to a different timeline as opposed to one that lets you travel linearly on one timeline, then you have two different types of travel possible, and then you'd have two different kinds of rules. Okay. Do we want to continue? It's beautiful. Sure. You two have talked about Sekimeiya even once off stream. I think we've talked about Sekimeiya more off stream than Umineko, maybe.
Yeah, because we can actually talk about that.
Yeah, because we can actually discuss it.
Yeah. Anyway, we need to search hallway A, but the lobby and hallway C are a problem. Wait here, watching over this hallway and the other door like you were doing. I'll be back in a second.
Okay. I took off toward the lobby. Nobody was there, and I made sure to check that Sai wasn't behind the columns and couch. It was unlikely for him to hide in the mechanical room, but I had to look. I opened the door and headed down the stairs. It was going to be hard to conclude that nobody was hiding with the provided light, but I had to do it. If nothing else, I felt like I didn't have to be scared of sudden physical attacks. Do you want to take over a narration till break, maybe?
Sure, that's good. Hopefully Sai comes back.
Yeah, hopefully.
After some time, I was sure the room was uninhabited, and I didn't see the Sekimeiya either. This image scares me for some reason.
Yeah, I don't like this image.
Yeah.
I feel like the light is going to come on and biggest Sai is going to be 1 inch from our face. Like, it's a jump scare promise image.
Yep. I headed back up knowing what I do next. Is this a new sprite image background? I think so.
We've seen it once before. We've seen it once
really?
before. Yeah, I think so.
Instead of joining Shiroya through hallway B, I entered hallway A and opened the door to the event room. It startled her, but she quickly realized it was me. Small Shiroya. Wait, don't come over. The lobby is empty, and from here, I can see hallway A, the event room, and the way to the other floors.
Now I'm paranoid, and every time he leaves someone alone and he comes back and they're surprised, I think that it's like the different Shiroya. I've really mindfucked myself here.
No, I got the exact same thought right now. Yeah. Do what I did from the other side. Check the bathrooms and come here through hallway A. If you do that, we'll have successfully isolated this hallway and we'll be able to make sure nobody enters from floor 2.
Got it.
She disappeared from view, walking toward hallway C. For some seconds, I did what she'd been doing earlier. Keep track of the event room and the hallway simultaneously. Once again, this is why I love the Red Truth in Questions arc of Umineko, because like you can just be like, there's no one here. Instead of having to do like all of the shit, it's just like, let's just skip past that. There's no one here. You know,
I'm
we're
laughing
fine.
that you specified Questions arc.
Yeah, you like that one. I thought you liked that one. Yeah, you like that one. Yeah. As soon as she appeared from hallway C, I could stop focusing on the event room because nobody could have been behind us. I knew not to lower my guard though, given Sai's evident confidence.
Surely Monday's stream will restore your faith in it.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, like fucking like crushing humanity. I saw her trying to open the elevator door, but it wasn't there. Then she sprinted toward me.
He wasn't in the bathrooms. I didn't find the Sekimeiya either.
So, if he's still on this floor, he has to be inside a room in this hallway. We'll do the same thing then. Victoria came to my side, where she would stand while I entered every remaining room. That was until a sound made us turn around.
It's Sai, but he's got a gun this time. All right. What are you doing over there? Searching for me?
Next to the cabinet, Sai stood, the Sekimeiya between his hands. He hadn't teleported yet, and he was covering his skin under his shirt. With a smile, he closed the glass and let go of the curtain. What the fuck? What did you just do? Did he just time travel forward?
Let me make something clear. If you try to approach me, I'll touch it immediately and I'll disappear. Even though I just go back a bit in time, that's all I need. All you need for what? You'd leave the Sekimeiya with us. I don't care about that. I've definitely thought about what I'm doing. Don't worry.
Even though it was invisible, as soon as he got Sekimeiya out of the cabinet, it started to build up time and energy. I was able to see the cabinet key in his other hand, explaining how he'd been able to get it open so easily.
What's with those faces? Are you that surprised to see me again?
Don't be silly. You weren't in hallway B. You probably just traveled from the future and arrived someplace I'd already investigated.
But I didn't do that at all. I haven't touched the Sekimeiya once since I last talked with you.
Don't lie, you had the other Sekimeiya hidden somewhere, and you activated to go back to the past. You'll touch it again in the future, and you'll appear in one of the hallway B rooms. I just checked. Maybe you just traveled some seconds into the past from one room to the other, making it all more simple. Am I wrong?
Didn't I just tell you that? Yes. I also just said what my plan relies on. I must go back to the past, but I don't need to go too far. If I had another Sekimeiya hidden, what would the point of using this one be? I would just go back to the past with the other one I have, right? This is an actual question. If I know where another Sekimeiya is, like you say, why would I not simply use that one?
I don't know. Maybe it has different time storage setup and not the time that you want. But enlighten us, how come you weren't anywhere if you didn't use the Sekimeiya? Oh, are you just trying to be funny? You said you haven't touched the Sekimeiya, but you simply got caught up in the range of a travel that you knew you'd create after traveling, right? So you didn't actually touch it.
Now he's thinking with time travel.
Yeah.
You just jumped 10 steps too far, Katsuki. It's baffling how easy it is to trick you. I really just relied on a trick I felt would work, which you would discover eventually. Might discover eventually.
What trick? Another fake room?
I don't feel like telling you. Take my word for it, though. I did not travel with the Sekimeiya.
There's no way. You weren't in hallway B. Your only way out was going to the past.
Sigh, said Sigh. Aren't you missing a really easy way I could have escaped?
Huh?
Fine, I'll tell you. I don't need her cooperation any longer. Oh shit. What? Sorry, Shiroya. I'm nullifying our deal. Katsuki deserves to know what happened. It was simple, Katsuki. The first room you went to was the cleaning room, right? You were close. I was in the staff room. The moment you entered it, I left. In the hallway, Shiroya winked at me and let me escape. I feel awful keeping you in the dark, honestly.
Whoa.
What are you talking about? Why would I let you go? Feigning ignorance, huh? That's okay. You can keep lying to him for all I care.
You're not gonna trick me, Sai. You use the Sekimeiya in some way. What a little shit! Oh my god!
I missed him. Welcome back, Sai. As if I'd ever side with you. You're a horrible person. That hurts. I really thought we had something going. I'm kidding, of course. I just used my invisibility cloak. Now I'll peace out and appear somewhere in the past. After I do what I need to do, I'll show up again, so you won't have to wait too long for me. From your perspective, I'll probably enter from the door as soon as I disappear. I bet a future version of me is waiting in hallway B for his cue to enter.
I would kill Sai. Like, I would kill Sai. I am like I'm really happy as a character. Like he's really interesting. I'm glad he's back. But in this position, I would actually kill him. Like he's not taking this seriously. He's being such a shit. I would kill him. Like absolutely 100%. Stop. What do you even need to do? You said you didn't necessarily need to travel too far back. Why not?
Perhaps you'll get something right for once if you keep thinking, Battler. I can definitely wait a little more.
He put the cabinet key in his pocket, signaling that he could use his free hand at any time to activate the Sekimeiya. Fuck, we can't let him travel. I'm not sure what he's doing, but he just has to go back a few minutes back in time. He might need it to escape from us in hallway B. That must be what we're missing. He's just trying to mess with my head by accusing Shiroya.
Yeah, Katsuki does have all the pieces.
But if that's the case, is there a point in trying to stop him? He already escaped, so he's guaranteed to succeed. Wait, no, what am I thinking? When he took off toward hallway B, his goal was to already touch the Sekimeiya. He has another reason to use it, no matter what it is. It's still possible that the travel he's about to perform will let him not be found, though. I met Shiroya's eyes. She was at my right, and silently she communicated to me that we had to stop him. He tried to kill me, and he had been holding a knife. Whatever his intentions were, we had to assume they weren't great.
No more questions?
We stood looking at each other. No matter how much he waited or what he said, he would never be at risk.
I'm all ears. I might just go already, though.
Wait.
Huh?
I didn't know what to say. I was trying to think of a way to get the upper hand.
Nothing?
The seconds continued ticking, and most of them were filled with silence. Our disadvantage was too significant. Why are you not activating it?
Throw me your guesses. Why am I not activating it? I had fun figuring my stuff out, but it's better if I can see how ignorant you still are.
Why is he not activating it? He said he didn't care about traveling shortly into the past, but what else could it be? Maybe he's lying. Yet again, silence engulfed us while Sai looked at ease, ready to touch the Sekimeiya at any moment.
Why are you so tense? I'm doing this to take care of one little thing, and you have no way to stop me, so instead of trying to do that, you can keep displaying how much you don't get. I can assure you I'll accomplish what I want, so relax a bit. When I disappear, I'll show up immediately, and I won't try to do anything to the Sekimeiya. Until then, I'm not in a hurry.
What the hell do you want then?
Don't you want to keep begging for my knowledge? I'm sure you're curious about a bunch of things.
You're the one who keeps refusing to answer. I bet you're trying to feel really smart.
Seki Fuller sigh. Guys. Lock this man in his own Discord channel. Right, I'm so smart that I'd turn myself on. That's true, though. I suppose it's not fair if I won't answer anything. Remember at the beginning? I had no issue sharing my thoughts with you, but that changed at one point. There's no way you're dense enough to not know when.
What, when the Sekimeiya made me travel?
We found out we were next to a time travel device, yes. Then, keeping everything to myself became the smarter option. I did not in any way suspect what the Sekimeiya would be capable of, but I was expecting something to occur. I thought I'd have to be very perceptive to understand whatever could be going on, but everything happened in front of our eyes. What were you expecting? Zin to attack? Yeah, but that was fairly obvious. However, I suppose I came across traces of the Sekimeiya some time ago. Huh?
What?
Hello, this is my first exposure to Sekimeiya. What is this, and why does this person get turned on by themselves? That's Sai. He's got an egg. That's my answer. You were complaining I wasn't giving you any, so you have something to decipher if you please. That's a lot more fun than being straightforward for no reason.
Then tell me, why did you try to kill me and then stop? Good question.
It's not like I understand everything. I'm partly humoring you for the hell of it, but I'd also like to hear what you think. For old time's sake, give me your best deductions. Why do you think?
I told you I have no idea. Hearing that I didn't know why you were chasing us seemed to be what made you stop, so maybe you thought I did something I actually didn't.
If you're telling the truth, that's enough of an answer. I suppose I have to think of a cryptic response from my point of view. I thought you'd overstepped, but it seems I was the one who had.
What?
You have no idea what I'm talking about. I understand, and it's great. I promise there's some meaning behind that, but don't think I'll be stupid enough to tell you anything undesirable. Now, explain something for me. I thought about it a little, and I don't understand what you said regarding Akaro. You came back up to the bedroom and opened the door with a key, which was later left in the original drawer.
So you really grabbed it when you were chasing us? You wanted to trap us in the bedroom?
This is very confusing. Shut up for now. What exactly did he say, and how did he escape?
He said he didn't remember escaping in the first place. Then he left again, probably the same way you did. I left out a lot of information purposefully. And I didn't think he'd use the same method, but there was no way I'd give Sai an accurate response.
But where was the key left after he escaped? You retrieved it at the end and were able to open the door, so he didn't leave it outside, right? How intriguing. I just glossed over it when you mentioned his reappearance, but I'm not certain what to think anymore. When you let him enter, you made sure he didn't have a key on his person, right?
Of course, we're not that stupid.
Then there's only one way he could have disappeared.
He let us know he wouldn't continue, but there was no doubt he was talking about the Sekimeiya.
Where did you get this knife? No cryptic answer needed. I was honest earlier.
You just found it, right?
Wait, is that Joe? Yeah. Yeah, that's Joe.
Who in the story? I'm Joe. It's Sai?
You're Joe. You're Joe. Cap said mouse sounds so natural as Sai, and I don't know what to feel about that. Good memory.
I want to ask about what he said regarding Shoria's fate, but I couldn't bring myself to do it with her next to me. I'm just thinking about someone showing up to the stream not knowing that I'm on it. And just being like, wait, what the fuck?
It's happened twice. If Chad is to be believed, it's happened 2 times. And they come in the middle of like the most dense, confusing visual novel.
Yeah, good luck. Good luck.
I do sound natural aside, that's why I'm getting him perma assigned. Damn. Okay. Alright. Are you done?
I'll repeat an earlier question. What the fuck are you trying to do now?
I'm just finishing off your ignorance.
What?
How did I know you'd respond with a stupid sounding what? Did you not understand I'm purposely being unclear? Being told the answer is no fun. I'm sorry if you disagree.
Why would I even assume you're not being misleading?
Why would you assume that? Naturally, you should keep it in mind, but understanding what I'm saying and then deciding whether to trust it is what I'd advise.
Are you not going to touch the Sekimeiya?
Mouse, you didn't even shout out Joe's channel. Do you not want him to grow his audience? Oh yeah, that's true. Mods, can you shout out Joe's channel?
Yay.
Yay. Are you that eager to see me disappear? I will, don't worry. It's been 11 minutes already, so I'd have no problem leaving now.
Where were you? Why did you not show yourself until now? Has it really been 11 minutes?
Okay. Sorry. I know we're memeing a little bit. We're receiving information from Sai right now. About because if the Sekimeiya sent him back a specific amount of time, then he couldn't just stand here, right? Because if he needs to do something at a specific point in time, if the rule was it sends you back X amount of time, then that couldn't be possible because he's keeping track of how many minutes it's been. It's been 11 minutes, right? So
Do you think is he faking to buy time before he can touch it? Or if let's say he needs to go back 8 minutes.
yeah.
Well, he can still go back 12 minutes and just wait 4 minutes after he teleports, right?
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
like
he
I
could
feel
be
like
actively delaying. Yeah.
yeah, or he's waiting for a moment for he can jump back and touch the Sekimeiya so they don't get taken back with him. Like they're too close to him, maybe.
Or like the idea that the longer it's out, the further it'll send you back is true, and so for every minute that it's out, it acquires another minute of travel anyway, and so it'll always just send him back to where he wanted to be, I guess.
Yeah, because if it's 1-to-1, if he goes back in time 11 minutes, he's still at the beginning of this conversation when he took it out, right?
Yeah.
So it can't be that. Yeah.
I missed a stream. Do we know a specific cooldown time for the egg in minutes? No, that's what we're discussing now. This is weird behavior. This is even weird behavior by size standards.
It's extremely weird behavior. Yeah. It's like, yeah.
Okay. I was here searching for you.
There's no way you didn't see us for so long.
Well, it's not my problem if you're not content with my answers.
I felt quiet again. I had no idea how to interpret his attitude, but I wouldn't refuse to ask more questions if he had some of his own to respond with. Why did I not find you in hallway B?
Because you are incompetent.
Oh, he said it in blue. Holy shit, where were you then?
In hallway B.
Who killed Kate?
Either Akaro or Arena.
Who killed Arena?
Okay, but what do you think? Well, you should be able to solve this novel. Pick the narrative option that requires you to do math. Yeah? Me. Oh, shit.
Whoa.
I'm just kidding. It was Isla. Oh, you fucker. Fuck this fucker. I'm just kidding. Either Akaro or Kate. Fuck off.
I would kill him. I would kill him. Seriously. Maybe that's what he's trying to do. Maybe he's trying to get Katsuki to punch him, and then he'll use the Sekimeiya to separate him from Shiroya or something. Like seriously, I would kill him. I stopped caring about his behavior. Additionally, I found a reason to stall for time. You perfectly remember when we went up to the attic to get the lithium battery, right?
Of course.
How did you do that?
I said you're incompetent, but at least you're doing your best, unlike the others. That's my answer. I suppose it just appeared impressive from your point of view.
Okay, then who killed Naomi? Who's the culprit behind everything?
The culprit? Don't be silly. And I'm not sure why you're asking me this when I recall saying over and over that Kate did it.
Then why the fuck were there two Naomis? Imagine not knowing this is your first stream of the Sekimeiya.
I know. That's a big one. I only have vague ideas, unfortunately, and none that I'm willing to share.
You talk a lot, but you're not really saying anything. How did you escape from the bedroom?
That's the pot calling the kettle black, if I remember. With this.
He looked down at the Sekimeiya and signaled that it was his answer. What about this blood on the floor? Whose is it?
No idea.
What about in the lobby? It should have been left while you were alone with Akaro.
You mean the one drop, right?
What else would I mean?
That's a great question, as you could only mean the one drop. You said I'd answer cryptically, right? If I'm right, that drop belongs to a person whose blood is not currently anywhere else, and they were one of the people who didn't escape the attic's bedroom before Akaro and I did. Currently, that person is alive and is found inside the tower. Furthermore, I estimate they're on one of the first four floors, standing up. Also, their name starts with Shiroi. You have time to think. Why would it be me? Did you actually see me? This is the part where a lot of things get a little too confusing. I'm still not fully certain about what I'm saying, but decently so. Nonetheless, what I said about your fate still stands, and I'm much more certain about it, so my condolences. It appears it won't be me who will kill you, though.
Why are you saying this?
Because I have eyes? That might sound unfair, though. You do too, but you don't understand. That's what I don't quite get. Regardless, that's it. I'll touch the Sekimeiya and immediately appear from hallway B. See ya.
Before he could finish the sentence, Shiroi and I dashed at him, reacting the way we'd prepared ourselves to.
Huh? What are you...
Of course, we weren't going to stop him. We knew that. He was slightly taken aback, but he had more than enough time to touch the Sekimeiya before we got to him. However, we didn't need to touch it directly. Alongside the stored time, the range of the Sekimeiya had to be small. If we could enter it before he touched it, we'd travel the same amount of time as him. Then, in the recent past, we'd have one chance to stop or understand his actions. I wonder if the more people around the Sekimeiya, the time, the distance it goes is different, you know?
Sorry, my mouse double-clicked.
As soon as he realized that was our plan, his face showed its first sign of uncertainty, and he rapidly moved his right arm to reach the Sekimeiya. It should have been futile. The room wasn't very big, and our sprint had put us fairly close to him. However, when his skin made contact with the Sekimeiya, his entire figure disappeared in an instant. In midair, the Sekimeiya turned gray, and when it hit the floor, the sound it made it seem almost like it had broken. I stared at it, dumbfounded, while it rolled around for some long seconds. Wait, what? They weren't close enough?
They weren't close enough.
I guess we weren't fast enough.
I mean, the first time that someone got taken along, it was like inside a drawer or something for a while, right? So like maybe it if it does. Again, if there's more than one of them, maybe only one of them takes people with them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or it depends on who touches it too.
Well, yeah. There's way too many variables.
Huh? I turned to my side. Nobody was there.
Uh-oh. Maybe it only takes one person with them.
Victoria wasn't there. I spun and saw that I was alone with the powered off Sekimeiya. What the fuck? Or it's about like possession or whatever. Or we were theorizing about that. It takes what you would think belongs to you. Does Sai think that Shiroya belongs to him?
Uh-oh.
And what the fuck? Did the range reach her? Why her but not me?
I was about to joke, we're gonna need a fucking diagram of where they were in the room, and oh boy did the Sekimeiya deliver. I couldn't even get that out of my mouth before it actually happened. That goes crazy. Anyway.
Not only do I have a photographic memory and perfect hearing, I'm also capable of mathematical equations on the fly compared to my codec map that's in my head, so I always know where everyone is relative to everything else. Therefore, I can deduce that Atsuki was actually closer to Sai than Shiroya at the time of the disappearance, so there's a contradiction here.
Oh my.
This level of thinking is possible by Furuto Erika. What do you think, everyone? I stood still and imagined where the three of us had been. Could the range have only missed me?
It's so funny because you were having such a bad time, but it's such a brain worm for you. Like she got your ass. Like she has burrowed her way in there. Like
she got me, yeah. She got me.
Yeah, Pichetto says Sai owned Atsuki so hard, surely Katsuki belongs to him now too, right? Yeah, I know.
Oh yeah, that's true.
That's true.
I think so. She was at my right side, but directly faced Sai, unlike me. It didn't directly prove it, but it would have made sense if the range was circular, probably spherical. Yeah, it would probably be spherical. Yeah,
like it would be shaped like an egg.
Yep.
Why would it shouldn't be spherical? It should be shaped like an egg.
I've been visualizing it that way already, and it seemed like it fit. The range must have been small, so perhaps only she had been in it. I didn't know how it worked. Maybe your entire body had to be part of the range, or maybe only being partially hit was enough. Or was there another reason? What if I was encompassed inside, but for some reason I didn't travel? I was very lost, and I began to have a hard time working with what had happened. Until then, a maximum of 2 people had traveled each time. Was that the maximum amount? Had I been excluded for another reason, maybe? But why is nothing happening? Both of them just traveled to the past, so why haven't they arrived already? They must be somewhere. Okay, so we just got some really important information here. So the really important information we just got was that it's not a one-to-one in terms of time, because they would
Mm-hmm.
still be in the room if that was the case, right? There would be a paradox. So it's
Mm-hmm.
not a one-to-one in terms of time, and it's also not a one-to-one in terms of distance. Like, it's not the same thing. So they are a different amount of time than passed since he took the Sekimei out of the cabinet,
Mm-hmm.
and they're also somewhere else in the building.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, okay. That was what Sai had said. A version of himself might have been waiting in hallway B. I approached the door and looked through it. I saw a handful of open doors I had left that way, but no sign of life. I turned around and looked at hallway A instead. While most of the doors were closed in its case, I still couldn't see anyone. Could something have happened that's prevented them from reappearing? They have to be in the tower, right? I walked up to the Sekimeiya and kneeled next to it. Then I placed my right hand on it and felt its cold and smooth surface. Once again, it had powered off after a travel, but it hadn't teleported itself away.
Mm.
I waited. I was banking on something being about to happen, so I stood still, glancing back and forth between the two doors and trying to shake away the bitter taste the conversation with Sai left in my mouth. However, nothing was changing. I was getting worried, but I didn't know what to do. After some minutes of standing up, I started to feel uncertain. Also, for the Sekimeiya to start regaining power to be warm, does it first need to be cold? Like, does he have to put it into a cold place and then take it out for it to work? Or, like, right now, would
Mm.
it start accumulating time right now? I don't know
I
how
don't
that
know.
works.
I don't know.
Do you remember?
No, I don't know.
Hmm. Suddenly, the Sekimeiya turned white. Oh, okay, we're about to find out. I estimated about 5 minutes had passed since Saya and Shorya vanishing, and the Sekimeiya had probably been storing energy for close to 15 before their travel. I looked at it intensely and had an idea. Could touching it while in the gray state prevent it from teleporting itself as soon as it turned white? I couldn't think of much else if Sai had been correct earlier. No, this doesn't make sense. When we traveled from the cleaning room, it fell into the buckets below the cleaning cart, and when the others found it, it was already white. Of course, I had have to believe Sai's story to be sure, but nobody objected to it. I was really unsure about what to do. The silence had become unbearable in just those 5 minutes, and I couldn't understand why neither Sai nor Shiroya had returned. Like Sai had done, I put my hand under my sleeve and grabbed the Sekimeiya. Then I placed it inside the cold cabinet that Sai left unlocked and scrolled the glass shut. I didn't lock it, I just felt the need to not leave it outside, and I knew Sai was the only one who had the key anyway.
Mm.
Afterward, I didn't know what to do. I felt a pressing atmosphere, as if I was the sole remaining being in that immense building. Is it possible they appeared outside the tower? Even though the distance traveled had to be short, the replicated location is an entirely different deal. Maybe that's what Sai meant when he said that he didn't care about how far he'd make it to the past, but if he knew he'd appear outside regardless, and was lying about immediately reappearing from hallway B. But it can't be that Sai's goal was to leave. He wouldn't willingly walk away from all this unless he learned
He's
something very
loving.
important that would have changed his mind. If he wanted to escape, it must be that he planned to eventually re-enter through the storeroom. And what about the other Shiroya? She should still be here. Given the circumstances, she's sealed inside the tower. There's no way she could have left through the storeroom since no handle could be reattached to the door. Opening it from the inside is pretty much out of the question. Have they had any food yet? Have they
Nope.
eaten?
Nope.
Using the Sekimeiya to escape should have been equally hard, though. While she could have taken it out of the cabinet while we went to the attic, it was still locked inside when we came back. She couldn't have appeared outside the tower because she couldn't have left it locked again. I was trying to reinforce the thought that I wasn't alone, acting as if it was impossible. What if she appeared outside the tower, entered through the storeroom from the outside, and left the door open to leave after placing the Sekimeiya in the cabinet? It looked like motives behind actions had stopped mattering, so being sure about any detail had started to feel impossible. The existence of that secret door made me anxious every time I thought about my situation. Not only did I not know if more people were around, but I also had no way to know if they would enter at any time. I didn't even know if the door led outside, and she was the one that found it too, if opening it from the other side was possible, or if anyone would be able to enter without being seen. But only being able to hear my own breath, more empty minutes passed. What could be going on? Sai said he hadn't killed anyone, so could it be that the true culprit found them and that's why they haven't come back? At some point, my anxiety had become overwhelming. I didn't know whether to fear Sai, a different true culprit, or the sudden solitude itself.
Does seem like Katsuki is his own worst enemy.
Yeah, we're seeing some of this character here a lot, I
Mm-hmm.
think. Yeah, it's
Mm-hmm.
good. I walked out to hallway B and began to take automatic steps toward the lobby. I've been trying not to leave the Sekimeiya behind, but since I hadn't been able to let the proposition of being alone sink in, I succumbed to the need to wander around. I looked at the vast empty lobby, and what felt like a metal ball started to make its way down my stomach. Shot put ball? Every step I took was all I could hear. When I entered hallway A, I became convinced of it. Sai and Shiraya had escaped. That had to have been the meaning behind Sai's words, but it was impossible to know if I'd see them again before 9. Even the other Shiraya, whose existence seemed incredibly volatile, had hidden from me as her only action. Without a search partner, anyone could stay out of my view if they so desired. Oh man, he's in a bad place right now.
Yeah, he is. He is. He's spiraling.
I continued walking toward hallway C, not even trying to find anyone. When I completed the full lap, I stepped into the event room and let out a sigh full of myriad emotions. I guess that if I am alone, it wouldn't be that bad. I would only have to wait 3 hours to see Shiraya again. But if Sai wasn't a killer, they still have to be here. And I don't know what Sai's plan was, but it could still be in motion. Once again, I stood still and waited, leaning against the wall while a few more minutes of silence passed. This is when he becomes the villain. I walked up to the cabinet and uncovered the curtain. Should I try to use it? Anything could determine the replicated location. Perhaps Sai knew that touching the Sekimeiya would bring him outside, so the same could apply if I do it now myself. Bless you. It wasn't too bad of an idea. If anything had gone wrong for them, I had the opportunity to reproduce it with the purpose of understanding what had happened. I opened the glass and rolled the cold Sekimeiya to my shirt. I knew I'd have to wait some time for it to gain energy, but it would only be a few minutes. Even if I couldn't conclude anything, I traveled some time back, so I could retrieve the Sekimeiya as soon as I disappeared. Out of the blue, I recalled something else. Awkwardly, I put my free left hand in my right pocket and took out a key. I found it in the cleaning room just earlier, high on a shelf. Nothing on it indicated what it was for, as it looked like a simple key that could unlock any normal door. I gave it a good look, sensing that something was about to come to me. The storeroom? Oh, am I actually stupid? It looks a lot like the one for Naomi's locker. Yeah, it's a locker key, that's what it is, even though the color is slightly different. I had no simple way to compare them since I'd gotten rid of the other one through the toilet. If you want to take a break, right now is a good time. Oh, is it?
That,
like
yeah.
right now, right now?
This second.
This second.
I don't know.
I'm gonna read the next line though. You can't control me. I remembered that her locker had potentially been opened while we were in the attic. Could that have been the key to that mystery? Master locker key. Ooh. All right. Take a break.
Yeah, we can take a break now. All right.
Sure.
We'll be back in like
I'm gonna make a tea.
5-10 minutes. I'm also gonna make a tea. Think about what you've done, chat, while we're gone. And we're back.
Hello.
Hello? Hello. We're back.
Paradise Killer. I've heard mixed things about Paradise Killer, mostly leaning positive.
Oh, it gave me
Have you played that one?
such bad motion sickness. Oh my god, I can't remember a game that gave me motion sickness that bad that I wanted to play, and so I tanked it for like 3 hours or something, and I just couldn't. I almost threw up.
Wait, it's first person?
I think
You
so.
can move
Yeah.
around the camera? I thought it was a VN. Oh, damn.
No,
Okay.
you wander around in a 3D space. Yeah.
Oh, Danganronpa could be like that too. Maybe that would give me motion sickness as well. Really good excuse to never have to stream it.
Have you not heard about me trying to watch your Danganronpa streams?
No, they give you motion sickness?
No, I tried to watch your Danganronpa streams, and I found
Oh, the
the
writing. You couldn't stand
content
it.
so cringy. I had to turn it off because I got like secondhand embarrassment.
Yeah, that's Danganronpa, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. Yep, that's Danganronpa. Yep.
I could not handle it. I could not handle it. I don't know what I'll do if you stream the 100 line. I'll have a crisis. I won't be able to watch streams.
Oh, maybe
don't think you
Uchikoshi balance it out a little bit.
Can you stream Metaphor instead?
Sure.
Alright,
For you.
thank
Yeah.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Because you like it so much, yeah.
Oh, I just want to see you stream it.
What kind of IRL cackle are you gonna do when I get to the part that you crashed out at and I crash out at the same part? Are you just gonna be seeing like having the vindication? Are you gonna put like a robe on that night to wear to have your hood on? To
Yeah,
be,
I'm
like,
gonna have
evil?
like a glass of wine in my hand and gonna just spin around in my chair and go, well, well, well. Can you ask them to read Homestuck for me? No, no.
The Game Grumps finished Danganronpa 3 today. The crash out was glorious. Oh, you
Oh,
mean
good.
the best section of all of the Danganronpa series? They crashed out that? Really? Really? Oh, that's weird. There's no better part.
You know what part of Louis I want his reaction to. You know what I'm gonna be on the edge of my seat for that. Anyway. Do you want me to take narration for a bit?
Yeah, if you don't mind. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
No problem. Locking in, closing my browser. I already forgot most of Metaphor. I don't know what part. Hold on, I'm DMing Weeby. I'm DMing Weeby. I'm messaging Weeby in stream chat. Metaphor Refantasio spoilers. Here we go. Have you gotten the message? yeah, there you go. All right, anyway, we can continue. I shut myself in the staff room with the Sekimeiya since I wanted it to spend a few minutes out of the cabinet. I knew which locker was Naomi's, and as I thought, it was open. I attempted to insert the key in the keyhole, but it didn't fully go in.
Oh, it's not the right one. It almost fits, though. Does it open another one?
Does it open Kate's locker?
Ooh.
Eager to find out, I left the Sekimeiya on the floor and began to insert the key in every locker. I started with the left ones and saw the key would always enter partially. Some of them looked like they'd almost open, but I could never turn the key. I continued with the middle group and was met with the exact same result. I was about to sigh in disappointment, but when I tried to turn it after inserting it in the last one of the rightmost set, I heard a sudden sharp sound. Understanding its meaning, I dragged the metallic door toward me and saw the interior of a new locker. However, its contents were painfully similar to Naomi's. There was nothing in the highest compartment, and a winter coat hung in the main one. As the biggest difference, a pair of brown corduroy pants were folded on the bottom. Even though they didn't seem to be much use, there was a chance someone left their phone in these clothes. I put the key back in my pocket, crouched to grab the pants, and held them up with one hand while I felt them. Is there a wallet? Not only was there not a phone, every pocket was completely empty and clean, making it seem like the pants had been recently bought. I determined that they belonged to a considerably sized adult, probably male. Since clothes had been left in the locker, it was more than likely that it belonged to a staff member who wore a uniform during work. I recalled Kate had told us that the employees used the room to store personal objects and to leave their uniforms before heading off. There was no uniform in the locker, so everything indicated the owner had come to work that day. I knew I'd found the key in the cleaning room, but something still felt iffy about that, preventing me from jumping to conclusions. I folded the pants and put them inside before I grabbed the heavy coat. It was pretty big, so I began to run my hand over its surface in search of anything I could find. Almost immediately, I took something from a pocket. It was a set of 4 keys with a dog-shaped keychain. Aww. I had nothing to use them for, and I didn't recognize any, so I put them back in the pocket. I continued searching for anything else and shortly confirmed that every other pocket was empty. But I continued feeling the surface of the coat because something had prompted my attention. I didn't know if I'd imagined it, but I thought I felt a minuscule bulge near the neck. I kept going over the same spot until I was sure I'd been right. Something very hard to notice was there. Intrigued, I turned that cloth around and saw that part of the neck area was covered by a different type of material. I put my finger under it and found that the 2 layers allowed for a narrow cavity. I drew my finger up to the spot where I'd felt the bulge, trying to find it on the opposite side.
There it is.
It felt cold and round. With my thumb, I managed to grab and extract it.
What the fuck? Isn't this a little Sekimeiya?
Yeah, mini Sekimeiya would be so funny. A bug! That's what it looked like. I'd never personally seen one, but it had a very similar shape to the ones I'd seen in television shows. It was circular, and on its surface was what looked like a microchip. By adding the location where I'd found it, I could only recognize it as a spying bug.
Okay, so he noticed this, but he's not trying those keys on the storeroom door to see if he can get out? Really? Was a staff member being monitored? Could Zin have planted a bug on a staff member to learn about the measures that Ashia were taking against them? No, that doesn't make a ton of sense. They wouldn't plant it on clothes that are always left in this locker.
So proud of him for noticing that.
No, that doesn't make a ton of sense. Oh, hold on. Could it be the inverse then? Did Ashia suspect they were part of Zin? Oh.
Even though the day's events had morphed into something nearly incomprehensible, they had started from Ashia and Zin's battle. It was foolish to think that Zin weren't involved in some way. And something had been cemented as reality. One of Ashia's staff members was being monitored. I'd already seen the interior of Kate's and Naomi's lockers, the 2 staff members I was familiar with. Someone else must have owned that one. I looked at it closely, haunted by the truth behind it. Could someone have been hearing my movements in a completely safe space somewhere in Yushibana? If so, they might have realized the bug had been found, but I couldn't imagine they were listening to it at all times. I put the coat back in the locker, but I didn't reattach the bug to it, mainly because it looked tricky to do. Instead, I left it in one of its pockets, knowing it'd be found by the police if I mentioned it to them. I glanced down at the Sekimeiya. Since I had the key to a new locker, I could lock it inside and look around the entire building for Shiroya. Just carry the Sekimeiya with you!
No, I shouldn't do that. This could be part of someone's plan. How can it be that this key was never found in the cleaning room with how much we've searched this floor? Doesn't it look like obvious bait to make someone believe they have a safe space to hide the Sekimeiya? It's a small key, no one found it. If the culprit, or let's say Sai, found the key well hidden or had it somewhere, they could have duplicated it with the Sekimeiya. Then they left it in the cleaning room and hoped someone would take the bait and keep the Sekimeiya in a locker they also had access to.
Oh, I forgot to say thank you to subs. Oh, also, my first time catching a Sekimeiya stream is ongoing. I've been really enjoying watching them. Welcome. Enjoy the show. Thank you for Neva's Tired. Welcome back, Sai. On the resub. Welcome back, Sai. And Dual Cat. Thank you, Dual Cat. Alright, we continue. But it was alright. I intended to touch the Sekimeiya, so I'd have time to search the building in the past. That way, I'd know for a fact that no one could take it in the meantime. I put my hand behind the cloth of my shirt and felt the Sekimeiya's surface, as I thought it had begun to heat up. I couldn't take my eyes off of it. Sai chose to leave it behind, which made his intentions feel impossible to understand. Ever since the time he'd escaped from the attic's bedroom, he had undoubtedly learned a few key details and found some attainable goals. A sudden thought confused me. If a culprit had been using the Sekimeiya to never be found and was responsible for all the deaths, why had they not targeted Sai? He's just too smart. He just outsmarts them all.
Exactly.
I had no idea, but thinking that Sai was the killer didn't fit very well either. Why had he spared my life earlier? Could he really have found a hidden knife we all missed? He even said it was poorly hidden and he'd overstepped. What the hell did that mean? That's wrong.
That's wrong.
Sai's voice played in my head. What you two just said is wrong. That had been in direct denial of Shiroya's claim. That doesn't mean anything. If you used the Sekimeiya to travel back in time after you killed them, it would have given you clean clothes from a past point, and the stained ones would have disappeared forever.
Should I take his word at face value and accept that he knows better than us? What exactly is wrong about that? I can think of 3 different things.
Oh,
One,
we're really in for it now.
yeah. He might have been referring to the part where his clothes would disappear forever. Perhaps they would appear somewhere, but that doesn't sound too likely. Maybe he really meant that the Sekimeiya couldn't have achieved that, but there's no way we were wrong. We know such a thing could have occurred because the key to Naomi's locker was reconstructed in my pocket by traveling. Did he maybe mean that he never could have achieved that under his own circumstances? Maybe he figured out what determines the replicated location, but he knew that given the way it works, the Sekimeiya would never have replicated a point in which his clothes were clean. Could that be it? I'm getting some like weird audio feedback right now, but I'm not sure if the stream's getting it. I'm guessing they would complain by now if they already had it.
I was cracking my knuckles.
No, it's definitely from the from the game. It's like stuttering. Like remember the other day when Fantasy Life was skipping? It's fine for stream. Let me just quit out and rejoin. Stop watching. Okay.
Restart the Discord capture. I can do that. Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't work. Rejoining. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that does happen sometimes with Discord capture. That's true. Yeah, that's true. Should be better now.
Yep, sounds good. Good.
Right. Cool. Oh, is this? Did I read this out loud? I already forgot. No, I didn't. No. It was inscrutable. I had previously thought that the existence of the replicated location was something we'd finally deduced about the Sekimeiya's mechanics, and I'd been pretty confident about it. So I could also have purely intended to taunt us and appear to have superior knowledge while we'd really been right on the mark.
Is there any travel we know has occurred that directly denies our theory?
I ran through every travel I knew about. Fairly quickly, I found an inconsistency. Thanks for dropping by. The person in chat who's peacing out.
Oh, right. When I appeared in the security room and fell backwards because the chair wasn't properly positioned for me to sit on it, the position where I appeared indicated that the replicated location was of me sitting on that chair, but I had never done that. Oh, and the recording too. Of course, if it's legitimate, we assumed it was brought from the future. While there isn't a big issue, the way we were thinking the Sekimeiya worked doesn't make it that simple. In a month from now, someone would have to hold the voice recorder, then farther in the future, that same person would have to go all the way back to today and have the time in which they held it as replicated location.
Dear God.
Not to mention, like, the information that's on it too, right? Like, yeah. Wouldn't that get wiped when it went back in time?
In theory, yeah, if it works the way he thinks it does. I'm just proud of myself for figuring this out before Katsuki did.
Yeah, that was good. It's not reasonable to rule that out, but it complicates everything a lot more. Oh shit, I ate a cookie. I didn't think I was going to keep going. But cat's cookie. But I just can't abandon that way of thinking about it. It can't be that you can bring any item you have to the past, or else the cleaning cart would have appeared with Shiroya in the attic. How can we be wrong? There's no way we are. We appeared in the attic exactly where we've been prior to that point. That position was definitely based on a previous one, so we can't be completely wrong. However, there's the security room instance. Like I thought back then, that can't be a random location, sitting in front of the computer. Could it have been influenced by Katei's past position?
Oh, I beat him to this, this too. Damn.
Yeah, you did, yeah. He was the one who sat on that chair a while before our travel, but why would this have mattered?
Oh my god. Thank you, Kaylee, for gifting a sub to Tiny Corey 1995.
Tiny Corey?
You weren't there for the end of the Lost Records streams, right? Like the very end when we opened it? Okay, so Corey is the guy who kept saying slurs and attacking them. Spoilers for the end of Lost Records. Spoilers. They pushed him into the abyss at the end. And chat thought that when they finally opened the box that Tiny Corey would be inside.
Okay.
So now
that's pretty funny.
Tiny Corey.
Okay, Tiny Corey.
Tiny Corey is. Anyway.
Does Tiny Corey live with Big Shiroya?
Oh, maybe. He lives on her shoulder. We shouldn't think about that too hard because it might get weird.
Yep, it's true, yeah.
Oh yeah, Tiny Corey 1995 was in the box. Joe would know that if he hadn't looked it up on a fake spoiler site. That's true. Haydener decided we should swap crashing out with entering the abyss. Okay, I'm down. Sai was right. Something about what we'd said was wrong, but I didn't know what it was. It could have been a minor detail or a major contradiction. I kneeled next to the Sekimeiya, ready to touch it. Sai had figured out a few things in a very short time, so I could do the same if I kept experimenting. You wish you were like Sai. You
Yeah.
wish. The main purpose was to comprehend why Sai and Shiroya hadn't appeared, so I knew it was possible the travel wouldn't go smoothly. I hesitated and had to take a moment to steady myself. I'd gotten used to sharing each travel with Shiroya, so doing it alone again like the first time was a bit imposing. I relaxed myself and let some more time pass. I estimated it was 15 minutes since I'd gotten the Sekimeiya out of the cabinet, so I was able to travel just as far back as Sai and Shiroya had. Remembering the loud crack the Sekimeiya made when it fell to the floor, I realized that grabbing it before activating it was a bad idea. I stopped touching the floor with my right hand and approached the unmoving Sekimeiya, determined to travel once more. And then he did.
Mm.
I found myself standing up in the middle of the event room, looking at the covered cabinet. That time, the instantaneous pain of the Sekimeiya's surface was interpreted by my brain as an electric shock more so than a burn.
Huh.
Hmm.
I'll take narration
Hmm.
for a while if you don't mind.
Okay.
I won't be able to deduce much if I appear here, where I've been so many times. I was just here before I went to the staff room. But I knew that the amount of time traveled was an entirely different matter. While I shouldn't have been too far back, nothing was for certain. I was about to check inside the cabinet when a sound stopped me. Someone was still there. It had come from hallway A, so I cautiously went to check. What I saw was something I had been wholly unprepared to see. It's me. It's totally me.
Hmm.
Interesting. I saw my own back walking away. You check yourself out? What a cake. I mean, sorry. I immediately understood where I'd gone. Definitely more than 50 minutes back to the point where I'd circled around the crystal floor hallways. When my past self disappeared toward hallway C, I calmly stepped out of the room. I knew I'd come from the other door and wouldn't see myself. I see. So I went about 20 minutes into the past, and I can't precisely know what point the location was based on. Most likely a recent one, though. With only that, I wasn't any closer to understanding anything. I could at least be sure that the time the Sekimeiya spent outside the cabinet was related to the distance traveled, and that they weren't equal. More time was traveled than the Sekimeiya spent building up energy, at least at 15 minutes and above. Put my hand in my right pocket and saw that I had the locker key. That meant the replicated location was restricted to the time where I'd been in the event room after I found it. I could make out that it wasn't Naomi's. In any case, I had a little while where I could move while my past self protected the Sekimeiya. As long as nothing happened to the present me, I'd be able to enter the staff room right after traveling from it. I was almost intimidated by my past self, who was very close to me and putting conscious effort into hearing any noise. Just go up and talk and see if it's possible. Until he shut himself in the staff room, I wouldn't be comfortable looking around for anyone. Then
Smack his
again, it was
ass.
incredibly unlikely. Then again, it was incredibly unlikely that the Shiroya I was searching for was close by.
Fuck, why do I keep clicking? Sorry.
So I decided to start going upstairs, feeling forced out by an old version of me I had been minutes prior. Fully comprehending how absurd it was, I silently stepped to hallway C.
That's a good question. C8 has a good question. Does he have the dog keys on him?
Didn't he put them back in the code? I don't know if he did or not.
I don't know.
Did he also check the Sekimeiya cabinet with under the curtain? He didn't, did he?
No.
No.
I had nothing to use them for, so I put them back in the pocket. That's it. Easy. Mouse is farther away. I was leaning back in my chair because he was reading. I'm sorry. Oh my god, I'm getting called out.
Taking a break. This is your stream too. This is your stream. How's it feel? The role reversal. Something that I hadn't seen before caught my attention. It was the drop of blood Shiroya spotted next to the stairs. I looked at it closely and determined that it was just about done drying up. This one had a hasable on the side. The others are too old to match the blood he had in his mouth, but this one fits perfectly. Could he have traveled, replicated the blood in the past, and left older-looking drops? At that point, I had no idea, but I felt certain that something abnormal was behind all the drops we'd found. Maybe the building itself is bleeding. If I had to take Sai's word for it, the one in the lobby belonged to Shiroya, while he hadn't known about the one in the event room. It wasn't only that I didn't want to believe it, I also didn't know how it could be true. The other Shiroya hadn't looked injured at all during the brief moment I'd seen her, so I couldn't assume it came from her. I walked up the stairs since I wanted to look through every floor. I thought about making my presence known by using the elevator, but I decided against it. I arrived on the second floor and felt once again a desolate atmosphere. I wasn't sure what my goal was anymore, but I looked around the bathrooms and offices.
Oh, Mouse Joe, can you guys get really close to the mic? I need to feel like you're sitting next to me on the couch. Okay, thanks. Yeah, sure. How's this?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, how we
Yeah.
going? Yeah. How's it going
Hey,
here
hey,
today?
dinner.
Yeah.
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 You wanna watch TV?
10.
I'm not helping. I'm not helping.
If I was alone, I wanted to be sure about it. Every time I opened a door, I felt my heart resonating within me, remembering that it was possible I was about to find what the culprit had done to Sai and Shiroya. I forcibly expelled that thought from my mind. There was no way Shiroya could suddenly die like that. But as much as I tried to reassure myself of that, Mia's abrupt end pressed down on the back of my head.
Mia mentioned?
Mm-hmm. Only one thing backed me up. If the Shiroya was with different clothes was a result of a future travel, the original Shiroya was definitely safe. After dealing with the second floor, I went to the third, finding my existence there surreal. Reluctant to find anything, I repeated the process above as my isolation intensified. It's crazy that like Arena, Isla, and Ikaro are all dead or missing, and the story has barely changed.
Yeah, it's kind of
Yeah,
wild. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
It's
we're just
Sai and Shiroya are the big ones that they're like, oh man, like where are they? And Katsi, no, Kate. Kate was interesting too,
yeah.
or a part of it. Reluctant to find anything, I repeated the process above as my isolation intensified. Floor 3. The fourth and fifth rooms weren't any different. Was someone still deliberately hiding from me? If they were the killer, why didn't they just try to take me out? I was in the perfect defenseless position, so if anyone wanted to harm me, that was their best chance. Going off the fact that nothing had happened to me yet, I tried to stop myself from getting too paranoid. As usual, I first glanced inside the floor 6 bathrooms to find out they were empty. Subsequently, I entered the 3 partitions, but I didn't see anyone either.
It is funny that as more and more people die, he's just left to spiral into the abyss of his own mind. It's kind of like there's just nothing.
I'm telling you, it's kind of
Spinning his wheels.
villainarchy. It's the beginning. He's like
Yeah,
he
it's
gets really
Joker
upset.
mode.
He thinks everyone's
Yeah.
against him, and then he's like no, fuck it. I'm gonna be alone, and I'm gonna figure out what's going on here. And then he just takes over and causes it. Yeah.
Where did Katsuki come from? If you mean is calling him that instead of Atsuki, it's because we didn't have a sprite for him at the beginning, and so I said one of us said he what if he had cat ears? Hey, I have a question. On a scale of 0 to 10, how mad would you be if this first person perspective was secretly switching between him and Sai without realizing it?
Incredibly mad. Yeah. Yeah.
That's a 10. That's a 10.
Probably a 10. Yeah, probably a 10. Yeah.
Okay. Just checking.
Lastly, I walked up to the attic store to search through the final section of the tower. I instantly understood that I had forgotten a crucial detail. Oh no! I couldn't open the door since Shiroya had recently locked it. Not only that, she kept the key. There is a distinct lack of mirrors in this building.
There is a distinct lack of mirrors.
This isn't good. I'm locked out of the attic. Could it be they appeared inside and can't exit? I knocked on the door and yelled Shorya's name a few times, but there was no response. That doesn't make sense, though. If Shiroya appeared in the attic, her replicated location wouldn't yet have had the key. But Sai definitely would have appeared with it since he was able to chase us inside. And even if neither of them has it, they'd still have the elevator. From the inside, they could freely call it and go down. Of course, unless it had been disabled somewhere, I hadn't been checking every elevator door, which I realized had been a mistake. I tried to open the door on the 6th floor, which proved that the elevator wasn't there. Calling it was a bad idea. It would prevent me from knowing where it was beforehand. I walked down to the 5th floor and once again attempted to open the elevator to no avail. I circled the corridors to end up on the 4th floor, but the elevator wasn't there either. I felt like the next attempt would be correct. The 3rd floor is where Shiroya and I had been intercepted. And as I suspected, the door opened. It hasn't been used since then, I suppose. I wonder if Sai prepared something in case we used it to escape. Regardless, the door was closed, so it could have been called from the attic. Do you think that the story is really meticulous about showing the passage of time with these descriptions because right now someone else is doing something else in the building and they don't want to just skip over it or something? Because I feel like there's been many times in the story that could have just been used dot dot dot. I just wandered around for 20 minutes. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I wonder
I
if all
don't
these
know.
things are important. Yeah.
Yeah. It seems like something for you to worry about.
It was as frustrating as it was frightening to think about. Had the culprit been in the attic and prevented them from leaving, I discarded that thought, wanting to believe they'd appeared outside the tower. Did that really make sense though? If Shoria appeared outside the tower, her first move would be to tell the police about the secret door. They would have knocked it down from the outside as soon as she had disappeared. No matter the case, with the key, the attic was a perfect place to hide from me. If the other Shiroya was still present and had it, it was possible I wouldn't see her in the next 3 hours. While her face and body were Shiroya's, I was having trouble accepting her as the same person. I'd only seen her for a couple of seconds, but her very existence felt alien, and even the Shiroya I was with thought they couldn't be one and the same. I simply didn't know what to think. I'd done all I could on the office floors, and I had to accept that entering the attic would be impossible. I started to go back down, paying as much attention to my surroundings as possible. Soon, my quiet steps reached the last staircase, leading to the floor where my past self still was. I knew I hadn't looked through every room below yet, but I still felt that task to be too perilous, knowing any sound could alert the Atsuki in the staff room. Therefore, I decided to first look through hallway A, which Shiroya and I didn't have time to start before Sai reappeared. After that, I'd wait for my past self to disappear. I carefully walked down the stairs and directed myself toward the storeroom. I hadn't been there since Sai and Shiroya traveled together, but there was no change that caught my eye. Knowing whether the door had recently opened was impossible. Okay. As soon as I opened the next door, something stood out. One of the cabinets had its lid open and leaning on the wall. I frowned while trying to understand if that made sense. Inside was Isla. It was the cabinet where she'd been found, but I knew it had been closed the last time I was there. And that was just before I saw Kate's death. I looked at every room, and there's no way I left this cabinet open. Was it a confirmation that someone else was still with me? Sai and the other Shiroya were the two likely candidates to have done it. I was more confused than surprised. Why would someone have opened that cabinet and left it open? There was no need to leave Isla's body on display, so I gingerly lowered the lid. I scanned the rest of the room, but I found nothing else of importance. Afterward, I proceeded with the search, my expectations of finding someone suddenly higher. But every room was empty. I still didn't want to make any accidental noise, so I only took a peek at them. I finished at the security room where the scene of Kate's death appeared essentially unchanged. I moved the chair and looked at the computer, which displayed 6:24. I felt that going back to the staff room at 6:30 was appropriate, but I didn't want to risk being too early. It wasn't exactly the most comforting room with the state Kate was in, but I decided to stay there for the remainder of the time since it gave me access to the computer's clock. That is an old ass microphone, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. His face was under his desk, so I didn't have to look at it, and the unsettling smell of blood quickly became an afterthought. Standing straight and with a blank mind, I stiffly waited for the time to pass. Until I remembered the chase from earlier. I kneeled beside Kate and put my hand in the pocket where he'd kept most of his keys. It's not here. The key to the bathrooms. All the others are, though. His killer must have picked it up, or maybe it was Sai, if they're not the same person. Regardless, it definitely would have been a bad idea to hide inside one. Upon further inspection, I realized that the rusty key, which he'd kept in another pocket, was gone too. Rusty key? They also took that old-looking key. Was the person who originally dropped it in hallway A responsible for this? Maybe that's not it. I've been thinking that someone could enter the tower through the storeroom, but if that key belonged to that door, maybe they need it from the outside. I'm not sure they would try picking it up to appear in the past with it because the replicated locations holding the key would all be inside the tower. But what if it doesn't work that way? Unless I go back to thinking about thought loops, I guess,
Oh
there could
no.
be something that would work.
I need to stop clicking.
Thought loops. The person who killed Kate took that rusty
Oh
key
my
and walked
god.
out of the tower through the storeroom door, which was open. That created a location outside the tower where they were holding the key that could be replicated. Then they re-entered and used the Sekimeiya to go back in time. In the past, they appeared outside the tower holding the key, so they were able to unlock the door and re-enter with something they obtained outside, like a knife. They left the door open so that their past self could exit with the key and create the replicated location.
Oh my fuck. Okay.
Would that work? The key isn't here, so I can't even attempt it. But if the culprit's plan was to leave with the Sekimeiya, they would have been able to achieve it very easily by doing this. I stood back up, trying not to meet Kate's eyes. When I glanced around the room again, I became aware of an obvious detail. Hang on, this is strange. The computer screen is lit, meaning that someone used it in the past 15 minutes. It was exactly 5 when we found Kate's body, so it's been far more than that. I suppose Sai did say he saw Kate here. Unless someone else was here semi-recently, he saw it after us. Sometimes computers just turn on by
They
themselves.
just do
That
that,
happens
yeah.
sometimes. Yeah, they just do that. Yeah. Like the cousins next in episode 5, they just did that. What I found most strange was that the 3 screens looked identical to how they had at 5. 10:04, cameras disabled and associated footage erased. That same message was on the side I dragged it to, and behind it was the security camera program. I grabbed the mouse and clicked on its accept button. The program used a pretty complicated interface. I didn't know what many things meant. As I'd seen before, there was a list of all the cameras on the left. When I looked at it again, I saw that one in particular was selected, named Recam 1201. I brought the cursor over it and tried to view it. But an error sound played, accompanied by the same message, 10:04, cameras disabled and associated footage erased. It appeared we really couldn't look at the footage, but the message still felt like it too obviously incriminated Kate. I let go of the mouse and stepped aside from the computer. I tried to think if the selected camera meant anything, but I had nothing to work with. Instead, I did what I had planned to do and managed to let go of my thoughts until the time came.
Recam 1201. What is recam? What does that look like? What? Brother.
Rear camera? Like a camera
Okay,
at the
yeah.
back of the building? Recam. Rec cam? Rec room? No, is there a rec room?
No.
RE. Is there any room that's... It's an event room, but backwards.
True. Resident Evil. No.
Room event, room staff, room... They would put the rooms first, right? Room
Yeah,
security? Room
maybe.
S? Maybe it is
Yeah.
event room, yeah. Yeah.
It is event room, no. Right. Anyway, sorry, my mouse double clicked and skipped a line.
It's okay.
Here.
At 6:30, I left the room. It was time to reunite with the Sekimeiya, so I went to hallway B through the event room. The staff room was closed like I'd left it. Warily, I stepped into it and turned the knob. I pushed the door open and saw the gray Sekimeiya on the floor. Since everything had gone as expected, I entered, reclaiming my place as the sole Katsuki.
Doubt.
I was relieved that nothing unexpected had occurred. I knew that I couldn't stop looking for Shiroya yet, so I picked up the Sekimeiya and put it in the newly accessible locker. It's good that I still have the key. If the replicated location was from earlier, I would have lost it. I shouldn't have traveled holding it just in case. I left the Sekimeiya above and closed the door. Then I proceeded to lock it so that I would be able to wander around without leaving it easily accessible. I quickly became indecisive. Perhaps it was smarter to bring it with me while I searched so that I had an emergency escape method.
How did he only get there now?
Having to constantly fear my death was disheartening, to say the least. While I decided, I sat next to the middle lockers. Maybe staying there was a better idea. I couldn't enter the attic, but it was clear that anyone remaining in the tower didn't want to show themselves. I felt I had to look through the hallway B rooms before deciding to stop. I prayed that Shiroya was safe, but I could only assume that she wasn't nearby anymore.
Let me know if you want me to take over narration for a while. By the way.
On the next screen change, sure.
Okay.
I might have already been in the tower for longer than the initially proposed 12 hours. Adding all the time I'd relived by traveling through time, I figured I was minutes away from meeting the mark. Once again, thoroughly regretting my choice to ever set foot inside that building, I stood up to make sure a nightmare didn't await in hallway B. I'd repeatedly considered that my hours in the tower were a dream. Had I already accepted the reality in which a time travel device existed, no matter what everything was leading to, would the world undergo a drastic change upon being exposed to the Sekimeiya? I'd wanted that day to be the first day of my new life with Shiroya, but But was it set to be a turning point for every human being? I don't sense any romantic interest about Shiroya from Katsuki, but maybe
I mean, I think it means more that they're getting over their friend's death, but yeah, it's a weird way to put it.
they're just good friends. They want to be like
Yeah,
platonic life partners or something like that. I'm not sure.
yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay. The item I just locked away, what was it going to be responsible for? I felt like it had nearly broken when it fell in the event room, something that might honestly have been for the better. I was walking to the door when I turned to glance at the locker. The thought of breaking the Sekimeiya crossed my mind, but my eyes locked on one spot for another reason. There was something on the floor to the left of where I'd been
mm.
sitting. I approached it and saw a small piece of paper hastily folded. Naturally, I frowned. I didn't recognize it from anywhere in the tower. Did you miss it last time? I grabbed it and scanned its contents. A few lines of text had been written in black. But before I read it, I had already stopped breathing. A single peek made my hand begin to tremble and my thoughts collapse entirely.
Oh boy. Oh,
Mm, okay.
well, one day, before the afternoon ended, you could see the figures of two young students on a bench, letting a cold breeze hit their faces while they looked at the park they'd grown to love. They had been talking for a while, so they proceeded to quietly look at the younger kids run around, making good use of the last few minutes of sunlight. They were a boy and a girl who had known each other for many years. For that reason, the level of trust they'd built allowed them to feel a peaceful warmth just by being next to each other. Soon after the other kids left, they would do so as well. After walking down a few streets, one of the two would take a different turn to complete the day on their own. That was a routine they were happy with and felt lucky to share. The boy let his mind relax, looking at the sky as it began to darken. It would soon be the winter, and the temperature would attempt to hinder those moments. That was why he did as much as he could to enjoy the scenery he'd been granted, hoping the girl at his side was doing the same. Eventually, the silence was their cue to leave. Their gazes met again, confirming that it was time. They stood up from the bench and realized that they were much colder than they'd thought. They were about to stretch their limbs when an overwhelming light took over their sight. They lost control of their bodies and felt as if they were about to faint. When they next opened their eyes, they were unable to recognize their surroundings.
Wait, what the fuck's going on?
I don't know, 999 is back? Hmm. They were together, and they started to throw out questions to each other. Despite what they had experienced, they felt well physically. The room where they found themselves had a haunting feeling to it. It was dark but spacious. Neither of them knew where they were, and they quickly saw there wasn't a door in any of the walls. Their experience had felt so surreal that just by seeing that the other was still there, their hearts refrained from building up terror and panic. Trying to stay calm, they looked around the room to find any clue as to their whereabouts. Very soon, the girl spotted a few words on the floor. When the boy read them, they could only share stares to see how the other had interpreted them. Both of you will spend 100 years in this space. Once you exceed that time, you'll be brought back to your lives, but only one of you will keep your memories of your stay here.
Oh, what the?
I'm going to take a drink. This is just Sai reading a book. This is the book Sai is reading, and at the end of it, he's gonna put it down and go, "Well, that was horse shit." And then this had nothing to do with the story. It was just okay.
This is where Sekimeiya truly begins.
Yeah. They kept reading those ridiculous words left in pink on the floor. Despite how nonsensical they sounded, they didn't question them. The room had two beds, no bathroom, and no kitchen. Not the conditions any human could live in. Close to the letters, they found another strange sentence. It said, "Once a day, you can ask for an object to materialize, and the previous one will disappear. This is only as entertainment so that your minds don't break." Instead of laughing at it, the boy tried it out. The way he attempted it was by thinking about the object he wanted to create. Instantly, in midair, a red ball appeared. After gravity made it bounce on the floor a few times, he was left speechless by the result of his thought. When he explained what had happened to the girl, they understood their fate would play out as predicted. They had to spend 100 years in a bizarre world where their thoughts could materialize items, but they themselves were restricted by the four walls of the room. So the first thing they did was speak to each other. In their immediate future, it looked like a nightmare might have awaited them. Being trapped in a single room where they couldn't die sounded terrifying, but since they were together, they attempted to reassure each other by starting a pointless conversation about what had happened. I would simply visualize a door.
You want the way out?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Imagine you're actually allowed to do that, but they think that they're not, and they just never did.
Yeah, exactly. You gotta try to wish for more wishes unless you're told not to. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
exactly.
Godot
Yeah.
knows. Godot knows. When they realized it was working, the conversation stopped being forced. Neither of them looked particularly afraid, let alone terrified. They kept talking like they would every day after school, knowing what their future potentially held in store. Imagine a machine that gets me the fuck out. Exactly. The dreamlike setting they had been forced into didn't seem like much of a dream to them. Why had they been trapped? How long were they going to survive? How were they going to survive for 100 years? Why could their thoughts materialize objects? What happens if they need to go to the bathroom? Are they going to age, or are they going to just stay the same? Is the person who retains their memories going to have a spell on them that will prevent them from talking about it to anybody else, including the other person, causing a tragic rift between them? They knew all of those questions were valid, but they simply accepted things for what they were. On the floor was the red ball, which had been the boy's first thoughts in response to the words he'd read. They weren't going to start playing with it, but something new every day sounded like a curious proposition that could keep them sane in the far future. They soon understood that there was no way to measure the time, so they'd have to count the days themselves using the daily objects. It had been late in the day in their old world, and their physical tiredness had carried over. At one point, they decided to lie on the beds and quickly fell asleep. Before doing so, the boy thought about what had happened. He was surprised not to feel many negative emotions, nor the desire to go back to the real world. He couldn't call it being carefree, but he woke up well rested nonetheless. The ball was still on the floor, and they could only create a new object when it disappeared. Soon, when the girl woke up, they exchanged sleepy looks they'd rarely ever seen on each other before. It was still the first day, but they already felt comfortable. Accepting that nothing had been a dream, they started to talk and began a long, bed-to-bed conversation. Even when it ended, they didn't feel alone. That prevented them from seeing their future as grim. 3 days later, nothing had changed. They were perhaps as far from home as any person could be, but they still found themselves able to produce any topic and talk naturally, appreciating that they had each other more than ever.
Okay, this is what they skip over. They could, like, oh my god. Okay, I want to know what items they got. Here we go. Are they gonna
Suspiciously
do it? Okay,
Sekimeiya
all right.
shaped chair.
Yep.
They'd agreed they would trade off on deciding an object per day, but they quickly found that they didn't have many good ideas. The girl had always wanted a spinning egg chair, so she thought of one big enough to put her whole body in. It turned out to be exactly as she'd wanted it, so she spent the full 24 hours inside with a joyful expression. Dear God. The next day, the boy couldn't think of anything. He thought of trying to spawn food, curious to see what would happen, but after running down some failed ideas, he decided to call for the same chair. It would soon be the girl's turn again. She was looking up at the red top of her chair while the boy stared at the room's ceiling in the same way. Suddenly, words vibrated through the air. You're just upset because you can't be happy with an egg chair? Who says I can't be happy with an egg chair?
It's been 3 days and they already have said I choose her same egg chair. Like,
Yeah,
like what the fuck are you talking? The lack of imagination.
3 days. Wow. Wow. I love you.
Wow.
The girl peeked out from the chair in disbelief at what she'd heard. She saw the boy who'd been her closest friends for so many years nonchalantly lying on his back. But that was far from how he felt inside. He couldn't believe he'd said it. Just after those 3 days, her overwhelming presence had prevented him from holding back what he'd been wanting to say for years. He'd always wanted to tell her how much he enjoyed being with her and how thankful he was for it. But he never knew how to truly express his affection. The boy is talking to the chair. So true. That was why he'd grown sad, knowing that their relationship had been built with only implied trust and fondness. For that reason, the first time he let his emotions burst out, they had automatically taken the form of those simple words. While he'd been wanting to say them for a long time, he wasn't scared the reception might have been negative. He'd simply never been able to bring himself to do it, justifying it as being disconnected. As soon as their new reality had been presented to them, he'd understood that he couldn't spend all that time suppressing his honest and natural feelings. No, the gifts don't maintain August, they replace each other. One disappears when you get a new one. After saying it, his heart was pounding, like it was trying to break out of his body. He'd imagined the situation in many different outcomes, so he continued to look at the ceiling, awaiting whichever one would actually happen. He kept his mind as serene as possible in the eternity between confession and response. He was prevented from leaving the room, even if he wanted to. How fucking... Sorry, pause. How fucking selfish do you have to be to do this and put someone in the position of possibly spending 100 awkward years with you? Do I just have no romance? Do I have no whimsy?
No, you're completely right. You're
Like,
completely
holy
right.
shit. Like, what a play. Holy fuck. She's gonna be so uncomfortable. Okay, whatever.
It'll be fine though. Don't worry. It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
Really? I definitely didn't think so. That's surprising.
Oh, fuck me then, I guess. All right.
She had a smile on her face and looked genuinely happy. Looking down and seeing it, the boy sighed in relief, knowing that no matter what would happen, he wouldn't regret having said it. For sure, yeah. For sure. But as it turned out, that wasn't the end of it. I've liked you for a long time, too. I was pretty scared to say it. Keeping the same smile, she let him know his feelings were shared. The boy wasn't sure how to feel or respond. He wasn't good with his own emotions, but if he'd looked at their situation from the outside, he would have thought that both of them liked each other. Despite that, he had never truly believed it. They managed to start up a conversation so that the mood didn't fade. There were many things they wanted to say and many questions to ask. Since when? How much? The girl knew her chair would soon disappear, so she left it for her bed where they kept talking until they fell asleep. That was the beginning of the time they spent together. They had so many moments to reminisce about, and many things they wanted to do. The days began to pass, and the same uplifting atmosphere stayed with them. Once he'd made the necessary step, the boy started to open his heart, no longer restricting himself. Elated to see it, the girl responded the same way, strengthening the unbreakable bond they'd built over the years. One day they kissed. It brought them peace in the already peaceful room, and it reminded them of the park they were so far from.
Uh-oh.
The chair kept getting brought back every so often. One day, the boy tried it and understood why the girl liked it so much. Glad to see his liking of it, she joined him inside. They haven't ever felt as close as that, but the relaxing sensation let them spend an entire silent day together, content to be living in the moment. At one point, the girl got confused, thinking the 24 hours must have passed, but she realized that the boy had already silently prolonged the duration, so she continued resting her face next to his. Similar days continued until they had spent months together. Despite that, no second had felt stagnant. They continued to enjoy their stay, seeing in each other the same friend they'd always gone to school with. Their relationship had surely surpassed the norm. They only truly had each other, but that had always been the case. Even after being secluded in that strange room for all that time, they could still talk casually about things in the normal world, making each other laugh and showing interest in what the other had to say. Since he'd broken out of his old mold, the boy had grown used to only voicing his true thoughts, like he'd always wanted to do. Some days they would try to materialize new objects. When it was his turn, he created a huge trampoline. He'd always found them fun, and he'd thought of generating one for a while. They let themselves loose and used it for hours, as if their bodies couldn't wear out.
I have so many questions, but the chair kept coming back. The Sekimeiya shaped chair just kept coming back.
So, yeah, they don't need to eat or use the bathroom. What are your questions? Do you want to list them or you want to save them for the end?
But they get tired, so they have to sleep. Like, I don't know. Obviously, there's a parallel to be drawn here with Shiroya and Katsuki sharing that house in silence for a while, right? Like, they were alone after Mia's. Were they living together for like a year or two? Is this inside the Sekimeiya? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Like, did they break the Sekimeiya? Did they come out? I don't think so though. This seems more allegorical, not something that's literally happening. Like, what are they trying to say with this?
Yeah, it does seem more allegorical, but like, what are we doing? Okay, anyway.
Do you want to take over for a bit, or are you good to keep going?
I'm gonna keep going for a bit.
Okay.
I would tank this, not gonna lie. Yeah, me too. I would definitely live with someone. I would make it 3 weeks before summoning something to try to see if I can die. That's for sure. Anyway, at one point, they stopped creating new objects, knowing they could just be in the egg chair. They were happy to live like that, but they knew there was a detail they'd barely talked about. Permanently marked on the floor next to where they were resting were always the same words. Both of you will spend 100 years in this space. Once you exceed that time, you'll be brought back to your lives, but only one of you will keep your memories of your stay here. They'd long since stopped keeping track of the days, aware that the final one would eventually come. They felt their sense of time had been altered since near the start, so they couldn't be sure they hadn't already spent years in that room. Aren't you scared to lose your memories when we come back? The girl responded quickly. Yeah, but it'll be okay. We know how long we've liked each other for in the real world, so whoever remembers will just tell the other one about it. There's so many things I want to do with you once we're back. Since one of us will remember, we can do all of them and more. You can say it. You read the boy part.
So the twist is that they're both gonna remember, and they're both not gonna want to talk to the other one about it, right? All right. Whoever keeps these memories will confess to the other as soon as we come back.
Then they would live the life they'd been talking about for so long. That was their promise. They had grown to love that room and the relationship they'd forged thanks to it. It was just a prologue for the inevitable return, but both of them saw it as much more than that. And once again, time marched on. The time for a new age drew near. They didn't get tired of talking, of thinking, of caressing, and of living. They spent every second as if no time was passing.
You think this is a metaphor? I see. Okay.
But eventually, almost 100 years they hadn't aged and their physical condition hadn't deteriorated. Like they'd already done numerous times, they decided to bring a pool filled with water to the room, knowing how refreshing it was. Underwater, the round interior of the pool was the last thing they saw in that isolated reality. They had agreed to never say goodbye, and they couldn't have, even if they wanted to. In the blink of an eye, the room didn't
So they didn't like fuck once that whole entire 100 years.
Maybe they're just politely keeping that off screen.
Okay.
There's no shower in there. How would that go?
That's what I mean. I had questions.
I guess you summoned the pool. Next to a bench, a boy and a girl looked at each other. One was staring into the other's eyes, whereas the other had simply returned the gesture. What's up? The boy froze. Was it really over? Did the girl in front of him really not remember anything of what they'd experienced together? Is anything wrong? He had no idea what to say, but his own words echoed in his mind. All right, whoever keeps these memories will confess to the other as soon as we come back. Hey, did something happen?
Nothing. Don't worry.
With a slight frown, the girl shrugged and picked up her purse. We should go then. He couldn't bring himself to say anything and simply stood still, petrified. He'd feared many times that he'd be the one to keep his memories, but the girl's words had kept giving him peace, letting him believe that it had turned out fine either way. Are you coming? Still trying to find a place to fix his gaze on, the boy began to step forward. Something was preventing him from looking at her face. Whoever keeps these memories will confess to the other as soon as we come back. What? No, he couldn't do that. He spent 100 years loving someone, but that wasn't the girl in front of him. He'd come back and the girl he'd loved had died. She only remained in his memories. He had spent 100 years finally letting himself be who he was without judgment, without even thinking about it. However, in an instant, that had been reversed. He had never opened himself emotionally. To the eyes of the girls in front of him, he was the same reserved person he'd always been. She approached him with a worried face. Are you okay? He wasn't confused about what had happened. He understood it perfectly well. And the only thing he felt was emptiness. After nodding, he continued walking.
I'm annoyed. I'm so mad. I'm so mad at what's happening right now. Okay, all right. It's probably again allegorical. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. All right. Cool, Joe. Cool. We're so cool. We're so cool. We're so
yeah,
cool.
He hadn't seen those streets for so long, but he still remembered every detail about them. They began to walk through the quietness of the night, hearing their footsteps on the asphalt. Next to the boy was his first friend, who he'd loved more than he'd ever thought he could. He knew his feelings were mutual, but how did that help? He'd always imagined that. The inevitable sadness started to build up within him. He remembered how much of himself the girl had grown to know during those years, all the conversation they'd had, and every time they'd materialized something. He'd been told that their time together would end since the first day, but he couldn't believe all of that had simply happened and been lost. And there was nothing he could do. He couldn't confess his love again, and for the first time he doubted it. The two same barriers had come back, himself and uncertainty. Not a second of those 100 years had mattered. No, of course that was wrong. He'd have to cherish and remember the times they'd spent in that intimate room, because in the real world they would never happen. The turn where they always saw each other off came. Are you sure you're okay?
Don't worry. I am.
Looking a little sad, the girl smiled and waved. Then, as they always did, both of them took different paths, and yet again, only one of them found it significant.
She remembers for sure.
Yeah, she for sure remembers, yeah. Yeah, she wanted to see what he'd say.
How to fix that scene if it's meant to be literal? Change it to 1 year instead of 100. Done. That's all you need to do. Done. It's fixed. There you go. All fixed. Wow.
Back to Katsuki. That was a story I'd once written.
Eh.
Mouse and Joe, Katsuki and Shiroya surely are only just friends. Meanwhile, Katsuki writes this. Yeah, fair enough. What's the worst story you've ever written?
Mine? Oh, you can see them on Amazon if you want. Yeah, they're
What do you feel is the worst story you've ever written?
the word I am Arthur said Arthur. Like, were you including shit that I wrote when I was like a teenager or something?
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
because,
pick a funny one.
One of those is also on Amazon.
Okay,
fucking I don't know. Probably some weird like fantasy thing. Where I had forgotten that I had like read some parts of Lord of the Rings and I used some of their names without even realizing it. Yeah, something stupid like that when I was a teenager. I had a city called Isengard, and I didn't realize what I had done.
Oh my god.
You mean a fan? It wasn't a fanfic. It was meant to be my own kind of fantasy thing, and I didn't realize. Yeah, I'd forgotten some of the things I had read. Yeah.
Which is worse, Burn and Lambda Delta's fanfic or Katsuki's conveniently egg-shaped chair? As a literary device, the chair. As an experience, episode 5 for sure.
Wow, you're really holding yourself back from the episode 5 thing, huh?
What do you mean?
Oh, that's okay. All right, that's fine. We don't
What do
talk
you
about
mean?
it.
Do we want to talk? Is this the time for Umineko episode 5 dialogue?
Are we allowed to do that? Is that legal?
I mean, it'll throw off the planned endpoint for for where we were gonna read to tonight. But other than that,
imagine the hate threads that we're gonna get for that. And so they argued for 100 years. I think in this case it would be over who hates episode 5 the most. Oh, okay.
We're not finishing episode 1 today. We're not finishing chapter 1 today. It's not.
We got it. Okay, hold on. I'll take over. You okay with that?
Yep, take it over.
Okay.
Go for it.
That was a story I once written. I'd always been prone to letting my imagination run wild, and sometimes I'd make up full little stories. Just cute little stories. Unable to sleep one night, I thought of that one. Yeah, didn't happen at all. It was a very shallow story, but that night I felt the need to write it down, which I never tended to do. Of course, I'd never shown it to anyone, but every time I thought of it, a strong and bittersweet emotion would fill my brain. When I opened the piece of paper and read the 4 thin lines on it, every word of that story came back to me. Hello, I'm sorry that I have to write this. I still can't believe what happened. I haven't been able to stop crying, but I've always tried to tell myself that these things just occur. I know how selfish it is that I'm writing this, but I won't be able to live with myself if I don't. I need to say it. I've always wanted to, and I can't believe I never will. I love you. My hand hadn't stopped trembling, and my heart began to catch up to it. What in the world was I reading?
It's so nice of Sai to leave him this note.
Yep. Okay, so it wasn't... He didn't read the story on the note. The note was just what we just read, and he just thought of the story?
And he just thought about that story, and then we had to read that whole story.
Okay. All right. Probably not important then. I jumped back to the story I'd written a couple of years prior for a very simple reason. Oh, he's going to explain it. Okay. The handwriting on the note was my own.
Oh.
So we are Sai.
Oh.
But it couldn't be. I'd never written that, and I never would. However, I knew very well the single thing that could have ever made that note a reality.
Oh.
A voice played in my mind. Roya's fate is death. Those had been Sai's words, but they couldn't be true. I'd feared before that the day would come where I could no longer tell her how glad and thankful I was to have her, but there was no way I'd let it happen. No, it wouldn't happen. That note had my handwriting, but it didn't mean anything. I would never write it. Even if the worst happened at a later point, I wouldn't. But it existed. I had it in my hands. Where had it even come from? I hadn't seen it on the floor, so had it been in my pocket and fallen out while I'd been sitting, or had someone left it there knowing I'd come back? My heart rate alerted me of how anxious I was. My existence felt insignificant, but I still told myself I wouldn't let that reality happen.
You want to be on the stream?
I burst through the door and was greeted once again by the desolate hallway B. This guy goes on tangents like he's a mathematician at a trigonometry conference. +2, Rodney, +2. Math joke that landed.
Rodney.
Good job. I've been tightly gripping the note, the thing I despised, with my right hand. I detested it and wanted to distance myself from it as much as I could, so I left it between the handrail and the wall to avoid touching it for even another second. Dude, just eat it. Troya, hey, where are you? I need to see her and know that my fears wouldn't turn out true. We just lost Mia, but I knew that I wouldn't ever be myself again if something happened to Shiroya, my favorite friend. Shiroya, can you hear me? I opened the room in front of me and left it as soon as I saw that it was empty. I kept crying out, impulsively exhausting myself as much as I could. You're okay, right? If you can hear me, please come out. Say something.
Scott, here have the characters finally started thinking about the possibilities of time travel? Yes, actually.
Oh, endlessly. Soon my voice started to crack as I realized how close I was to reality in which my oldest friend had died. Sai had spoken about it like it was an absolute, and I'd found a note I wish I'd never read. I kept telling myself that there had been another meaning, but my shouts devolved into hopeless crying until I fell to my knees in the middle of the hallway. Like a husky. I was so lost I didn't consider the importance of the sound I'd heard. Footsteps. I suddenly processed it. Abruptly, I raised my head and turned to face the lobby.
She's just there.
There, I saw a slender figure looking at me.
Oh, is this the different one? No, this is...
It's different, yeah.
Yeah, it's her different shirt. What is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Different shirt, Shiroya. You have to pay like $10 for the skin usually.
Yeah.
It was Shiroya. Her face near the breaking point. However, she wasn't the one I'd been thinking of. Her clothes were from the attic, and despite her expression, she felt wrong in a way I couldn't define.
Can we get Yennefer, Shiroya, and Carol Katsuki?
It seemed like she could disappear at any moment. Without taking my eyes off her, I stood up. She hadn't moved since we'd seen each other, so I began to warily approach her. Are you actually Shiroya? When I'd be crying her name, I'd only been wanting to find her, to be able to hug her tightly. After she'd suddenly appeared like that, though, I couldn't bring myself to go forth, unaware of whether I'd stopped myself or her overwhelming look had. As if she hadn't heard me, she continued to stare at my chest with a melancholic look. Where were you? What's with those clothes? Are you the same person who disappeared with Sai? After some seconds, she finally answered.
I'm sorry. I'm very confused too. I guess so, though.
You guess so? What do you mean? You remember everything, right?
Right now.
She stopped. Yes? She looked lost and glanced over my shoulder. When I realized she hadn't paused voluntarily, I turned around thinking she might have seen something. Ooh. I had failed to recognize the sound I'd been constantly anticipating. Footsteps were approaching. However, a person came with them. I could hardly believe my eyes until I understood what I was seeing had already occurred before. I'm glad to see you two are safe. I was a bit worried. What's with those clothes? You weren't wearing them earlier, were you? I couldn't act shocked or even surprised. Irina, who had died, was behind us, quietly approaching. It looked like she'd come from hallway C. Who the hell are you? Or even you, how can you two exist? What? Is there blood on her? There is.
Oh.
There's blood on her clothes. Yeah, I just, there was a killer on loose and I really needed a nap, so I smothered blood all over myself to, make it look like I was already dead so I could rest in peace. It worked. It was the same thing. The body double I'd gone on about earlier, Irina had appeared and next to me must have been Shiroya's.
Sorry, we have a Muppet Christmas Carol reference. Irina, who did not die, appeared. Oh my god. Oh, I love the Muppet Christmas Carol. Okay, anyway.
Where were you? How did you just appear out of nowhere? Comes Mr. Humbug. The confused expression she responded with was more than frustrating. I tried to focus on breathing and keep myself together. Just by looking at her, I noticed two glaring details. She looked almost as if she was sedated and only partially conscious. Her voice and body movements gave off the same feeling, so it was clear that she wasn't in the best state, either physically or mentally. But the major point was her clothes. Her chest was covered by the same bloodstain I'd seen before, and so were her legs and the upper part of her face. I spotted the same scratches that indicated a fight, meaning that her body was identical to the one I'd seen.
I knew those motherfuckers didn't examine the body for a reason. Now I'm pissed off.
Oh, so your read on this is that she wasn't even dead?
Yes.
Oh, shit. What do you not understand? Did you just pop into existence at some point? No. Why do you think that? Have you looked at that room? Your body is there. What? That one? It can't be. She staggered and took a while to complete her sentence. Trying to overcome whatever her condition was, she walked to it. The door was already partially open, so she just had to push it the rest of the way. I knew you were lying. I can't be here. Of course not. I didn't have to move. Through the door, I could see that Irina's body had disappeared. Next to Naomi was Irina's curtain, but it had been left on the floor with no trace of the corpse I'd attempted to dignify. Shroya, what the hell is happening? Answer my other questions. How can you exist when it shouldn't be possible? Did the same thing happen to Irina?
To Irina? She should be dead, right?
Shroya left my side to look through the door and saw that Naomi's corpse was the single remaining one. Wait, the cross! She was ahead of me, so I had the chance to look at the collar of the shirt where I'd drawn drawn a black cross.
I totally remembered that and didn't
I also
entirely.
Yeah, I also did not forget that. No, 100%. It's not there. I'm sure that's the spot where I marked it. And now we have to have a paragraph about how, like, that means that at some point she's going to go take these clothes off and put them back in the closet, and then I'll put the mark on. Sorry, go ahead.
About Irina, I think what happened isn't what you think.
That's probably right. I can't think of anything anymore. Oh, I have lemon
Thank
cake in the
God.
fridge. I just remembered. Holy shit. I get lemon cake later. Sorry.
Yay!
That's probably right. I can't think of anything anymore.
Under those stained clothes, there's no wound, right?
Huh? Irina looked at her own chest and was taken aback by all the blood she saw on herself.
There never was one. The body you think disappeared is her. Yay!
Do you mean that she never died? She nodded. If that was the case, it was painfully simple, and I failed to think about it because of all the overlapping thoughts I'd had on the matter. I've been thinking about a replicated body who'd shared the stained blood, but not any wound, while, sure enough, we'd never actually confirmed there'd been one. And of course, the blood. If it wasn't hers, there was another very clear candidate to consider.
Didn't you believe me? Didn't you believe me? Did you not believe me when I said that?
I believed you, but I didn't think they'd actually do it. This is not fair.
I didn't think they'd admit to it. I thought it was going to be something that would be revealed later on, like way later on.
Okay.
I didn't think that we would find this out right now.
Again, a great difference between Sekimeiya and Umineko is Umineko would never pull that they just didn't examine the bodies properly and they're actually someone still alive. They would never do that. Are you serious? Were you playing dead then or just unconscious? It doesn't look like you feel very well. I'm not sure. I remember I was drawn to this room, and then I think I blacked out. Drawn by a noise? No, the artist drew me going in. No, something stronger, but I'm not sure what exactly. I don't know whose blood this is, but since I woke up, I felt groggy and numb. She killed Kate for sure. She killed Kate for sure. I see. Would we have known she was alive if we felt her pulse then? Her experience was enigmatic, but I understood that what had come afterward could have been a result of our mistaken assumption. Shroya, do you remember finding her body as well, and you realize what really happened? You still haven't explained what you're doing here. Are you the same Shroya who disappeared from the event room with Sai?
I wish I could explain everything to you, but I still don't really know what happened. But yes, I'm really glad to see you again.
She smiled. It was her, the person I cried the name of. No matter how many questions surrounded her, she was okay. This is bullshit. What's with those clothes then? Why is the cross not on them? Why did you ignore me when we saw each other in the event room and when I kept shouting your name?
Well,
Hey, I'm still confused. I have a question, she said, interrupting it so sure I didn't have to explain, and now we're going to forget about it for an hour. Huh? The Sekimeiya, does it really make you travel through time? How does it work? What? If I understand it, touching it while your skin Touching it with your skin activates it, right? So you can go far into the past if it's out of the cabinet for a while. That's what I've been working under. Yes. It's a bop. I looked at Shroya in case she found something wrong with that, but she nodded, albeit uncertainly. I was thinking, why don't I just go back in time to save Isla? Yeah.
Sorry, Katsuki has decided that there is no intervening in the past without actually testing to make sure whether it's true. So you're not going to be able to save your dead daughter. Our apologies.
Yeah, yeah. Also, you can't do a bootstrap paradox just from willpower alone because he couldn't do it. Meanwhile, Sai was able to do it because he's just a Chad, and Natsuki just didn't believe hard enough. Whereas Sai would actually commit to it.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm getting so many channel points from your stream today.
Nice.
I'm at 41,000. Neither of us knew how to answer. We'd concluded the past couldn't be altered, so that shouldn't have been possible.
If you get to 100,000, you can get me to play one stream of one game, of any game of your choosing.
Ooh. In the bedroom, despite managing to act semi-composed, Irina had always looked sorrowful as she tried to hope that her daughter had somehow survived. However, the woman in front of us was different. I don't know why I didn't think of it earlier. Someone killed her a few hours ago, so I just have to go to that time and prevent it. But I couldn't find the Sekimeiya. I kept looking at Isla's face for a very long time, and she told me that she could be saved. Then I saw a girl, and after that I heard you shouting.
Oh, that's why the cabinet was open.
I guess so. A girl? You saw Shiroya?
A girl?
Where is she? I guess it couldn't have been anyone else. It must have been Shiroya. Suspicious. I also saw what happened to Kate. It looked horrible. Did someone do that? It couldn't have been an accident. I mean, I think it could have actually. Because that's a Sekimeiya warp point. But anyway, the Sekimeiya is not in the event room.
Somebody went there and just exploded him from the inside. Just warped into him and exploded him.
Ugh. I was thinking more that he appeared in the air like Katsuki did and smashed his head on the way down, but that works too. Ugh. Maybe the Sekimeiya teleported into his skull. Ugh. Yeah. Are you sure? Do you know where it could be? I really need to find it. No, I suspect Sayaka must have taken it, he said, lying. I hated it, but I couldn't tell her where I'd hidden it. She couldn't accomplish anything by going to the past, because I decided that it wouldn't work. She would have just had to experience Isla's death a second time. However, we'd never seen that arena in the past, so I couldn't know for certain that she wouldn't travel. Are you lying? What? No, I'm not. She's been alive all this time. Could she have seen me bringing the Sekimeiya to the staff room? The way you two reacted, you don't want me to save Isla, do you?
That's not it at all. Remember that Sai and Akaro took the cabinet key. They probably have the Sekimeiya.
Shroya's backing me up. I didn't know why something about her still felt off, but I was starting to accept that it was actually her. We'd just have to clear things up to understand exactly what had happened, but she remembered disappearing with Sai. That meant she already knew I'd taken the Sekimeiya myself. But Irina didn't give in. It was clear that she didn't trust us after all. Despite what we talked about in the attic, she went to the event room, so we quietly walked behind. I knew it. You were lying.
Huh?
You didn't want me to look at the cabinet. What? Behind the curtain was the glass, and behind that, the Sekimeiya I just left in the locker rested on top of the cushion.
Was it, though? Is it the same one, buddy?
What a perfect time to see if there could be two Sekimeiyas at the same time. And he's definitely going to do it. Here we go. Shiryu looked at me confused. My words had led her to think that the cabinet would be empty. It's teleporting.
Oh my
or
fucking god. No shot. It could be teleporting, but no shot. The first association is it's teleporting. Come on.
I'm sure it just teleported from the locker to the cabinet. And of course, this is no coincidental place. It must have returned to its starting point or something similar, a place where it's cold. Irina opened the glass and rolled the Sekimeiya into her purse, avoiding direct contact with it. Then she immediately let the curtain fall again to make it clear that she wouldn't put it back in. There was a long silence until the hallway A door opened. Wondering what else could happen, we turned to face it and saw someone stepping into the room. Oh, please be
Welcome
Sai.
back,
Please be
Akara.
Sai.
Welcome back, Akara. Oh shit!
Best boy's back. I wanted to yell at him as soon as I saw his face, but I was too fed up to do so. I looked around me and laughed internally, having gone so quickly from thinking that I was alone to sharing a room with 3 people. Received with silence, Sai approached the cabinet.
I didn't want to hope. I didn't want to hope for Sai, so I said it would be Akaro. But I got Sai.
Rewarded.
What's up?
What the fuck are you even doing here? Did you succeed with that plan of yours?
Not quite, unfortunately. I thought Arena was dead. What's she doing with the Sekimeiya?
You thought that too? No, I'm going to go to the past to save Isla.
I doubt that. The past can't be changed.
That's nonsense. I'm going to the past, so I'll prevent Isla from dying. You've used the Sekimeiya before, right? How long do I need to wait to go enough hours back?
Should be about 15 minutes, but I still find it unlikely you'll change anything.
15 minutes? Sai, where the fuck did you go? Were you in the attic? Do you know where Shiroya went? I saw her disappear with you.
Isn't she next to you? This says clothes anyway. Aren't they from there? They are. I see. They're definitely an improvement for you. And just ignore me, Katsuki. I was busy sorting something out.
Ever since Sai had entered, Shiroya hadn't taken her eyes off him. Immediately after that last sentence, her lips curled into a smile for a second and her eyebrows raised.
Oh, shit.
Whoa.
Uh-oh.
Shit.
Uh-oh.
Whoa, man. They were both in the attic and now she has a change of clothes? Oh, damn.
Shit. I didn't entertain this possibility.
That egg chair is turning into a different kind of chair. Holy fuck. More moments of silence followed. Irina still showed no signs of reconsideration, and we couldn't forcibly take the Sekimeiya from her. Oh, I don't like this. Sai had nonchalantly said that 50 minutes would be enough to go many hours back when I just traveled approximately 20 minutes after storing that amount of time. I looked at Irina's purse where the Sekimeiya was getting hotter and hotter. Wait, that's... Oh right, I've forgotten about this too. Still sounding groggy, she traced my gaze up to her purse and took out a small piece of paper. I found this just now. I tried to read it, but my head hurt a lot. Do you know what it is? She handed it to me, and I snatched it away, gripping it tightly. My hands started trembling as soon as I glanced at the words again and saw those familiar letters.
Please don't read my fanfiction about my best friend to her, please.
I'd left it behind without thinking about it, but I couldn't let Shiroya read it. Despite how suspicious it looked, I immediately stored it in my pocket. I'm having a very visceral emotional reaction to the story right now. Oh man, I do not like this at all.
What? Which part do you like?
The fucking Shiroya betrayal with Sai thing and the embarrassment that's going on with Atsuki. I don't like this at all. No, I don't like this. How is it a betrayal?
How is it a betrayal? It's not like they're together as far as we know.
I don't like it. I don't like it. Oh, I'm not saying it's bad in terms of writing. I'm just saying it's bad. I'm not enjoying it. Like,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's all right.
Hey, what was that?
Shiroya and Irina both found it strange, but I couldn't let them read the note under any circumstances. Shiroya would easily recognize my handwriting, so I'd run away if necessary.
Why doesn't he just eat it? Good question.
Don't mind me, like you said.
You look pretty nervous. I saw something written there. You were pretty in control of things when you pulled off that trick with the key earlier, so why is this getting you all worked up? Do you want to hide it that badly?
It's just a personal paper. It has nothing to do with you or the Sekimeiya.
Very intriguing, then.
He didn't push it further, but at my side I saw a mix of confusion and sadness emanating from Shiroya. It was understandable. I still didn't know what she'd gone through, but before entering the tower, we'd spent many days mourning our loss, our shared company being a silent healer. By saying it was a personal matter, I'd outright said I only wanted to hide it from her. I never made it apparent. I could have been hiding anything, no matter how small. I still had many more questions to ask her, but what would my response be if she ever inquired about it? When she saw that I had nothing else to say, she smiled bitterly and looked down at her feet. So, did any of you see Mia?
What?
What?
Sorry, what? Sorry, what? What? Who?
You don't know her, right? I knew I wasn't going insane.
How do you know that name?
Batman versus Superman. What's going on? She's the person I was with earlier before I saw you two. It just came back to me. I don't know where she went though. What the fuck is going on?
What's with that reaction? Don't you see she's just delirious? She didn't die, but I have a pretty good idea of what happened to her. Say, did you hallucinate someone?
That's not it. That's not just some name she made up.
Do you know this person then? We do, but Irina couldn't have seen her. She couldn't be here. Are you sure? She could have entered through the storeroom. She could have even traveled from the future, since the Sekimeiya is bound to be exposed to the outside world.
That's not what she means. She's not anywhere right now.
Oh, is she dead? Wait, Mia, you said?
No, she's with us. She has red hair, right? Mia's hair was red. I recall the car was... Okay, so definitely two timelines.
Yeah.
So in one timeline, Shiroya died, and the other one, Mia died?
Oh, maybe, yeah.
Mia's hair was red. I recall the car's voice from the time he'd lost some of his memories. What he'd said almost implied that he knew what happened to Mia and what we'd gone through.
Did you actually see her? What did she say?
She told me her name, but she didn't look lost or anything. She knew me, too. She just suddenly ran away, and I haven't seen her again. I definitely thought I hadn't seen her before, but I honestly wasn't sure. What? Is Mia here? Is she alive? Are we going to succeed and save her somehow? As soon as I felt hope building up, I tried to contain it. That didn't make sense. Why would she have been in the tower? Why would she not have shown herself? There was no way Mia was nearby or anywhere.
I don't know how to interpret this. Did you all agree to make up the story for when I appeared?
Shut up. You're just dumb. You're stupid. Now you know. Now I know something you don't know. Get the fuck out of here, Sai.
Well, I'm trying to figure things out myself, and I thought I was close to understanding quite a bit, but now there's a bunch of shit I don't get, and it doesn't feel great.
He's so whiny. What the fuck? I didn't ask, but it sounded like he wasn't only talking about the sudden appearance of an unknown person. You tried to kill us, bro.
You did mean she died, right? Is saving her with the Sekimeiya not an option?
Sai, shut the fuck up. If it was, I promise you that we would have done it. Maybe
The
you
man
do.
literally said that you can't change the past like 5 minutes ago. He's so fucking...
Yeah.
He's such a
Yeah.
fucking liar.
Once again, there was silence. Shiroya looked pensive, but I had no clue what was going on inside her head. I basically understood nothing about her. I couldn't assume that Irina had just hallucinated because she knew Mia's name and appearance, but I also couldn't accept that she was inside the tower. There's also a timeline where Katsuki dies, but none of this stupid BS happens then, and everyone lives happily.
I was actually gonna say, what if Katsuki is the one who dies in the other timeline, and Shiroya is committing crimes to try to make sure he's alive? But the stuff about her being doomed to die or whatever does make it seem like it's her.
There could be three timelines. There could be one where Katsuki dies, right? And there could be like infinite timelines. It could be like a crossing over like crazy here. Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
I think that there's a limited number of them.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I hope so. Did Irina just lie? How would she know about her, and why would she do that?
Katsuki is this game's detective. He's too fucking stupid. I don't think it's that kind of game.
Besides the detective.
Yeah.
It's probably been close to 15 minutes already, right?
I'd say so.
Sai looked at his watch.
Yeah, it's been almost 15 minutes since I arrived.
Are you sure I'll go far enough back?
She died at around 2, right? It should be enough, yeah.
I understood the lies, but not the heartless way in which he was deceiving a mother into thinking she was close to saving her daughter. Regardless, it had probably been 15 minutes already, so Irina would travel to the past if we didn't stop her. That's strange. Once again, if she's about to travel to the past, how come her past self hasn't already appeared? Of course, seeing her future self should be an impossibility, but why would she have decided not to show herself? Okay, I'm going then. Are you all coming with me?
Don't worry, we're far enough from you.
Sai stepped back a bit anyway. I understand. Well, goodbye for now. Are they going to try and catch the Sekimeiya before it hits the ground? Earlier, Sai had traveled after storing energy for 15 minutes, same amount. At that time, I hadn't traveled despite being next to Shiroya, so I knew how big the range would be. I stepped back too to be sure I wasn't included and wouldn't travel away from Shiroya. In a solemn manner and keeping her eyes on us, Irina reached for the Sekimeiya with her left hand. When she touched it, there was a change. Huh? What?
Wait, what?
None of us could understand what had occurred.
Did Sai just blink out of existence? That would be so fucking funny.
Oh, How did he do that? Irina didn't travel. Sai did. Why did it work? Did Sai disappear? Was everything that he said a lie? I couldn't fathom it. What had happened defied everything we'd learned. Oh, here we go. Shiroya and I had been pretty close to Irina, but going off Sai's previous travel, the range shouldn't have been large enough to pick us up. We've been farther back than Sai, but why had he been the only one to travel? And what I thought earlier still applied. Where had his past self been all the time? Admit it. Did you ever want me to save Isla? Were you involved in the first place? This is probably a good conclusion. I feel bad for Irina, actually.
You're wrong. We don't know how the Sekimeiya works, but this shouldn't have happened.
I don't get it. Is it all nonsense? Can we not figure out how it works because it just does whatever it wants? It's been pretty consistent up until now. So what's this shit? Why did Irina not travel but Sai did when he was out of the range? So Shiroya's new favorite is Sai, and the Sekimeiya like Sai more than Akatsuki too. Oh, that's great. Oh man.
How did the egg chair story end? Jelly, the egg chair story ended by Katsuki saying, "That's a story I wrote." Yeah.
There's even another instance. The first time I traveled, I went 20 minutes back, meaning that the Sekimeiya had to have been storing energy for 15 minutes. At the time, Sai was the closest person to me, and he was pretty much at the same distance he was from Irina just now, but he didn't travel then. Or did he? No, I'm misinterpreting it. That has to be it. I assumed I knew what range was since the conditions were identical to Sai's last. Oh, is it that? No, how would it get started then? Like whenever someone touches the Sekimeiya, does it like shuffle people from their original dimensions to different ones? So that Sai was from somewhere else, but us three are from the other one?
That's what I was thinking, yeah.
We actually did travel, but it just doesn't look like we did right now? Or is it something like that? No. How would anyone ever get mixed up if that was the case?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
I don't know.
I didn't travel that time, but Shiroya did, even though she was next to me. That led me to think I was just barely out of range and that only she was included. But that wasn't the case. I was also in range, and I didn't travel for another reason, just like how Irina didn't just now. It's what I thought. Something prevented me from traveling, and it just happened again. Just earlier, I told Sai that I saw Shiroya disappear with him. He must have realized that I hadn't traveled, so he set up the same conditions for Irina's travel and felt safe at a slightly farther distance than I was from him before. However, he just fell victim to my own misinterpretation. The previous time, the range was actually big enough to encompass me, but I didn't go anywhere. In the latest travel, the four of us might have been included while only Sai disappeared. What was the reason? It couldn't be that the only two people could travel anymore. Was there anything that would make sense? Is it that the location they tried to send you to was full, so you kind of just like bounce off of it and come back? Like when they put the metal shutter on Stargate?
Well, I guess he can't reproduce it because he was wrong. Could be, yeah. That could be the thing that prevents people from teleporting into someone and exploding them. Or it could be a timeline where they don't exist.
But the moon of the Earth, they've accounted for that already. They brought that up, yeah.
I feel like we now probably have enough information to know this. Can you solve it for me, please?
Top right. Wow. What? You're putting that on me? Wait, where did it go? I quickly looked up and saw Irina's desperate eyes. She was staring at her purse. It's not here.
Sorry, it progressed because I clicked the question mark.
It's okay. I was wrong. Sai wasn't the only thing to disappear. The Sekimeiya also had. It teleported. I experienced it for the first time. The infamous teleportation we constantly thought about had revealed itself to us. Irina's travel activated it, taking Sai away in the process. I remember what had happened just minutes prior, so I took a few steps forward. When I was in front of the cabinet, I crouched and grabbed the bottom of the curtain. I raised it violently and kept it from falling again. Behind the glass was the Sekimeiya. It had traveled from Irina's purse to its initial cabinet. Please check the locker now. Katsuki, tell me, what do I need to do to travel through time? Exactly what sign I told you. I don't know why it didn't work just now. And since this confirms that it can actually teleport, there's no way I still have the Sekimeiya in the locker.
Bro, come the fuck on. Okay, sorry.
Go check. In fact, the teleportation probably caused the illusion from the start. The other Sekimeiya. I'm not sure how it happened, but I bet it was the same one every time. The Sekimeiya teleports sometimes when people touch it, and also just when it feels like it. Why is Sai not here already? Did he think of using the time he gained to do something? He had likely gone about 20 minutes into the past, so he had time to think of a better course of action than rushing in as soon as possible.
Okay, I'm kind of pissed off because the options here are that they correctly predicted that you and Katsuki would think that there are multiple Sekimeiyas, right? And the two options here are they're just shutting that theory down in a really unfair way because they haven't actually proven that it isn't true logically, which sucks, or he's just an idiot and we're going to find out in the future that it could have been true, which also sucks differently. So I'm like,
yeah, they have about 5 minutes to go into the locker room to salvage this. Yeah. But then again, they've already proven that they're not going to be fair about some information because they didn't check the body, right? Like she's standing here alive right now.
Yeah.
Unless it's a double bluff and she really was dead and she came back to life somehow. Ooh. Like, has she, like, where did the blood come from?
I don't know, but yeah, I'm like I know that he said he's stupid, but like if that's the solution, it's still not satisfying. Like if that's the direction it goes, it's neither of the possible directions right now that I can see are satisfying.
Well, hold on. You're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to do that.
Yeah.
Chat hates it when you disagree with them when they say characters are stupid. Like no.
Okay, but I don't do this for a living, so if anybody in chat gets mad, I'll just ban them.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah,
I need to learn this power.
Yeah, it's nice here. It's very liberating.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway.
Realizing her confusion was sincere, Irina's face went pale, and she would have fallen backward if not for the wall behind her. 3 towering questions just presented themselves to us, challenging everything up until this point.
Why is it always 3? Why is brother gotta follow the rules of 3?
It's a magic number. 1, was the range really the same as the last time the Sekimeiya stored time for 15 minutes? 2, why was Sai the only one to travel? 3, why did the Sekimeiya instantly teleport away? 4, did
let's
Sai
go look
fuck
in the
my
fucking
girlfriend?
locker. Oh yeah. Okay,
Yeah, let's go.
5, did Sai fuck my no, she's not his girlfriend. So let's be fair. 5, did Sai fuck the girl that I have a fucking limerent obsession with, but for some reason don't want to tell her about it and instead write shitty stories?
That's true. Regarding the range, we can't know how it actually functions. I've assumed it only starts to expand when time begins to be stored, but what if that's not the case? Could it also increase while the Sekimeiya is in the cabinet? And what if the range from previous travels persists, for example? The second one is the most confusing one. I just read that wrong. Irina, Shiroya, and I haven't traveled. There's no way we weren't included in the range, is there? At least not Irina, who touched the Sekimeiya. But it only worked for Sai. There has to be a reason why we weren't excluded. Why we were excluded, but is it reasonable to think I can figure it out?
Maybe there's a love triangle with Mia. That would rock.
What does this do? What does this do to the concept of range? Now, how can we be sure that it exists? Perhaps there's no range at all, and something else entirely determines who's included in travel. Yeah, that's true.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And finally, why did the Sekimeiya disappear from Irina's purse? It's impossible that happens every time it's activated. It didn't disappear when Sai and Shiroya traveled. Without a doubt, this is a strange travel so far. Those 3 questions might all be connected to one single misconception. I feel like these misconceptions could be cleared up right now if they just methodically searched every single room on every single floor again. Sorry. But what are we supposed to do? How am I supposed to understand this thing that if it keeps breaking its own rules? How can I ever even hope to use it for anything? Said Joe, reading Umineko. Can I not save Isla? Why did it not work? Oh, of course. What was I even thinking? Traveling to the past is impossible. You lied about it since the beginning, right? That's why it didn't work. It can't happen. I actually fell for it. And Sai disappeared
Sister
in front
just
of you.
watched a dude blink out of existence.
I was too lost to answer. Something had happened to Irina, that was for sure. She just witnessed Sai's disappearance, but was accusing us of lying. It seemed that trying to explain ourselves wouldn't be much help. Just wait here. I'll be back in a second. Locker. Before she could react, I moved to hallway B. I need to check the staff room. Hooray! The locker right in the Sekimeiya was directly to my right. I unlocked it with the key and opened the door.
All right.
The Sekimeiya wasn't there. Only the pants and the coat remained inside. I closed the door and locked it again. But we're in a different dimension now, where, like, it's not in that one. I see. Shiroya was right then. The other time, it did teleport away from Naomi's locker. In hallway B, I saw Shiroya waiting for me next to the event room.
And then I crawled outside and checked all the windows. Did it disappear?
Yes. Oh, she still thinks it's in Naomi's locker. What else could have happened? Oh, they should check Naomi's locker. Maybe it's in Naomi's locker. What else could have happened? I couldn't rule out another person having the key, but while I had room to construct a theory that didn't involve self-teleportation, it seemed pointless to do so. Had someone put another Sekimeiya in the cabinet after entering from hallway A and taken mine out of the staff room while we were in the event room? There was no way. Nobody else had been involved. What did you want to do? Oh, I'm just wondering about Sai's whereabouts because an extra version of him has existed somewhere in the past.
No big deal.
Did we never see him in so many hours? So many hours, right? She thinks Sai went back to before Isla died. In reality, he went back about 20 minutes, if that's consistent. Although she just went from saying time travel is impossible to thinking it is again. She's more unstable than I thought. It's almost like she just lost her daughter or something. I'm not sure, but he has to be somewhere. I was a little frustrated by Shiroya's continued silence. She was definitely thinking about what had happened, but she might have had information I wasn't aware of, and nothing she had revealed yet. The three of us were going over our thoughts when, suddenly, the door to the lobby opened. Oh, please be Sai.
Welcome back, Akaro.
There you are. What were you doing? Huh? Something was strange, and it immediately became apparent. Sai had shown up from the lobby, so I was relieved to know that he wouldn't be unaccounted for. He, on the other hand, looked completely different, and he had the knife!
Oh, what the fuck?
I'd never seen him so confused. He tried to have the upper hand in every situation, but his face told the truth. He couldn't comprehend what he was seeing. From his point of view, something was very wrong.
Huh? Who the fuck are you? How are you here?
From the event room, a door opened. After everything that just happened, when I saw who came out, I barely reacted. Welcome back, Akaro!
Welcome back, Kate. No, it's Akaro this time.
Whoa, what's this girl doing here? Those were the first words I heard from Akaro in hours. Recognizing the person who shared his bewilderment, he stood next to Sai while the three of us looked at each other in case someone understood what was occurring.
Katsuki, now you have to answer. Who is she? Are you actually acting as if you don't recognize me? Of course we don't.
Well, no. Of course we do. Aren't you dead? Again, Troya's fate is death. I need to say it. I've always wanted to, and I can't believe I never will. I love you. Oh, how is she gonna react to that? Oh, it's in his head. Never mind. Nightmarish memories split my brain in half. It seemed like the world was abandoning all sense, warping into something completely repulsive.
Me? Why would I be dead? And you too, Irina. I thought you died.
Well, isn't that what you said earlier?
Earlier? What the hell are you talking about?
Before the conversation could escalate further, I had to ask a very important question, which had been repeating throughout our imprisonment. Sai, what time is it?
It's 6:43.
6:43. That was about 20 minutes behind the real time I estimated. That meant Sai's replicated location after traveling had been 20 minutes prior, and his watch hadn't stopped working. Katsuki, are you fucking dumb? What the
Why, did you time travel?
No, I didn't. He's right, though. Are you a future version of Irina or something? What? Well, you're not dead after all, but we felt your pulse. Whoa! The superior crime scene investigator.
Yeah,
In any
for
case, I
real.
figured you would have come from the future. Whatever happened to you? I can't remember much. I think someone hit my head and I fell unconscious. I don't know what happened before that. Yeah, that's about what we knew too. Sorry that we can't be of more use. I was losing it. I was about to explode. What the fuck was happening? Was it all a joke, deliberately constructed to destroy me?
Oh, it really is his Joker arc. Look at that.
Yep.
I don't get it either, but I'm glad you're safe. This means you're not guaranteed to end up dead, but you, what even is your name? How did you get here? I've been here all along, since the start.
That's not true.
I've been here the whole time.
Shroya gasped. It was the same thing. In the attic, an Akaro who claimed to only possess partial memories of events had appeared. Was Sai a victim of that as well? If we went back and counted the amount of times we've used Sekimeiya since last time we saw this Akaro, I wonder if it would evenly match. It would be an even number, and that means we're switching between two dimensions. But if there's more than if there's three, it would have to be an odd number to get back here, right? Or
yeah. If only there was
Hold on,
some
though.
kind of note system to track these things.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. No way. Hold on though. Your name. I think I might actually remember that. It's Mia. Shiroya, was it? My memories are a little foggy. She nodded, speechless. I thought so. Like I said, I thought you died.
As you can see, I'm alive.
Do you have a twin by any chance?
What? No.
Okay, do you think she died because a Katsuki and Mia told you a story about Shiroya that died and described her to you? Or do you she died in the building?
I think he said he's seen her before.
Yeah, but then it doesn't make any sense. I'm still really confused.
What the fuck do you mean you're confused? She just showed up like that. Did you enter through the storeroom? I've been with you since 9 o'clock, Sai. That's a load of crap. Regardless, you'll definitely die. I'm sorry to tell you like that, but you're not making it easy for us. Katsuki, I know you know her.
I do, and she's telling the truth.
Are you just fucking with me? What's the point of lying so blatantly? Asked the liar.
He's telling the truth. Shiroya's been with us the entire time. But you saw Mia
But she
as well.
saw Mia. Oh,
Yeah.
but she was confused when she saw Mia.
Yeah.
The entire time? Not even you have been here since 9 o'clock.
Excuse me?
Well, you get what I mean. You don't remember when you got attacked or where you came from very well, right? Of course, Irina and Isla have been here the whole time, but not you.
It was settled. They'd either gone completely insane or the plan was to make us go insane. Does he know Isla's dead? After being told once again that Shirio's fate was sealed, I continued to search for a method to refute it. Okay, I'm surprised at this point that Sai or Katsuki has not developed a system of like, okay, when we meet, let's have a sit down. Okay, where are you from? What's your story? Let's have a fact-checking kind of session. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you think they would develop this by now for people that overthink so much.
Okay, Sai is a dickhead who doesn't trust anyone and starts pulling knives out though. So like on the other hand, like I don't know if developing a system is in his DNA.
True, and Katsuki's dumb, and Akaro is who knows, and Kate's dead, and all the women don't talk. So like, yeah, that's true. Yeah.
I really have to say I do have some criticisms about the role of the women in this story so far, which we'll save that for the end to see if they're justified. I'll just say that much because pretty one of the glaring things that I'm ignoring is the fact that women are dead, being told they're going to die, most of the time staying silent, or parents. Anyway.
For Shiroya, it's fucking glaring.
Yeah.
Like, Irina, I can kind of see. Like, Isla's a child. It's fucking glaring for Shiroya, but maybe there's a reason for it.
It is incredibly glaring for Shiroya. Unless Shiroya turns out to be the psycho villain of the story, there is very little. There's nothing really to like rationalize the way that this has gone with her versus Katsuki.
Maybe Mia is gonna show up and she just never shuts the fuck up.
I don't know. The worst things to be dead, dying, or a parent. I mean, like the one of the women getting mom, like her, the only thing we know about her is mom is not a good luck boulder. No, sorry. Oh,
What? I turned to look at her, but I couldn't make heads or tails of her expression. Her eyes fixed on a point in the distance, and that was all I knew. It had become a challenge just to know what anyone trapped in the tower was thinking.
I would be so worried about turning around when someone looked at something and looked at surprised at this point, because every time they do it, I'm like 90% sure they're going to turn around and the person's going to be gone.
Yeah. Is someone gone? Is it Isla? Did you notice something?
I need to go somewhere.
What the fuck? What?
I'm sorry. I need to go to the attic. What?
I want to go to the attic. She ran toward hallway C. There I stood petrified until she turned around to say one last thing. You're going after her, right?
Please don't follow me.
What? I could only stare at her eyes in search of any compassion. Why was she being so cryptic? With an apologetic look, she spun and sprinted off. Maybe she can bootstrap. Maybe she noticed something. Please don't follow me? Why? Why did she want to go alone? I was sure I looked devastated, but I was only trying to decipher the sudden change of behavior my oldest friend had undergone.
Wow. Are we going to just let her go? Did you see how suspicious that was?
I love Sai.
Oh, that's fine. She's just going to get herself killed somehow. It's already unavoidable.
Why? Why is she gonna die?
Did you hit your head and lose your memories? We know it will happen.
How? You seem pretty certain, so prove it.
You know we can't anymore.
What the fuck does that mean? Akara looked at me as if he was witnessing a man who'd gone mad. What's with that look? Where did you even go? You disappeared again out of nowhere. Huh? It's you who appeared again. I hit the wall furious. The responses were making my blood boil, like they were sneering at me. You know what? I gotta say, their inner monologues are kind of like overly wrought and kind of insane, like mystery protagonists.
Yeah.
But in terms of like being realistic for a bunch of just nobody normal people that end up in a time travel paradox bullshit interweaving things, this is actually kind of realistic of how they'd be like, ooh, what the fuck is even going on? Like no one is talking properly, communicating because they're so confused. Like yeah, oh man. You too, Sai? Did your memories also happen to get fucked? You traveled from the event room, remember that?
From the event room? No, I don't.
Have you two just lost it completely, or is this a side effect of the Sekimeiya? What's the Sekimeiya?
You can stop trying already. Since you sided with that girl, you made it clear you'll only spit out bullshit. I don't know what you're trying to pull, but you look pathetic. She'll come back whenever she feels like if she doesn't die in the process. Meanwhile, let's keep waiting for the shutter to open. I'd appreciate it if you told the truth, though. How did she get in?
She was with us from the beginning.
That's false. Since she seems to be with you, I really doubt you were stupid enough to make her enter through the storeroom. That's what's strange, but perhaps you did. Let me see.
Indifferent to my confusion and rage, Sai walked to hallway C. What are you doing? Instead of answering, he entered the storeroom. Seconds later, he returned.
I just wanted to verify she hasn't entered through the storeroom yet.
What? And how do you know for sure? Did you put a little receipt into the...
Have you thought of a plan to keep the Sekimeiya for yourself? Then once you succeed, you'll eventually make her go back in time to appear inside the tower and take care of whatever your plan requires?
What are you even talking about?
Maybe two of you weren't enough, I don't know. Although if that's what you did, you had to know you were sending her to die, even if she was already supposed to be dead. I don't get exactly what your idea is or how this all came to happen. It's a damn mess.
Again, what the fuck are you talking about? What does maybe two of you weren't enough even mean?
Of course, I'm assuming Mia's in on it as well.
I gave up. I approached the nearest wall and kneeled next to it.
Done. He's done.
He's done. Only capable of breathing. It was incomprehensible nonsense. I felt like this on stream a couple times in my life, actually. Just fucking done. I just want to kneel down. I'm done. Done.
Not gonna keep trying to clear your name? I suppose it'd be futile with how obvious it is that this is your doing.
Okay, I'll ask. How do you know about Mia? What? She's been here the whole time.
That's it. Ignore him from now on. He can't get out of the corner he's backed himself into.
covered my eyes with my arm, applying as much pressure against my face as I could. Who had decided to make me go through hell, and why had Shiroya left me behind? Letting out a casual laugh, sat next to me.
Aren't you gonna follow her? It seemed really obvious that you gave her some kind of cue to leave, you know? She just got this blank look and suddenly had to go. Was that all you could come up with? I gave you a little bit of credit earlier, but honestly, what happened to Arena could definitely have been all you.
I pushed Sai aside with as much force as I could gather. If my mind had already broken, he was doing all he could to scatter all the pieces around.
That's harsh. I suppose that's the only way you can defend yourself. We'll see what your plan amounts to soon. Maybe not, actually. Maybe we'll just never see that girl again. At least not alive, of course.
He's such a shit. Sai, I swear if you open your mouth again, I'm going to fucking break it.
I get it. Let's wait as much as you want.
My vision was dark, partly covered by my arms. Standing up were Akaro and Arena, whose expressions I couldn't see. Is this how he gets punched in the face?
Yeah, maybe.
His mouth starts bleeding? Beyond the meaning behind Sai's words and Akaro's appearance, I couldn't get my thoughts off Shiroya. Why had she left like that?
10 minutes.
She hadn't even promised me she'd return. I tried not to let Sai's voice loop in my head, but there was no stopping it. Was she going to die? Would I write that note? No, neither of those would happen. She wouldn't just leave like that if she thought there was a chance she would die. There had to be a good reason behind her actions.
Don't kill me, but hasn't it been a long time since she left? What do you think she's doing?
Be quiet.
Listen, she looked at me as well when she said not to follow her, so I'm being considerate by staying behind. I was just wondering if you had any idea.
Sai was the least of my concerns. I barely put any thought into punching him, but before I did, I saw a conspicuous smile all over his face. It only faded momentarily, returning right after the blow. He didn't say anything, but he positioned himself back at my side. While I couldn't see him, his mere presence felt disgusting. Not a single part left of me felt able to continue reasoning out what was happening. All I knew was that the last person had been different and somehow led to Sai's behavior, with him only being the affected person. But even though I felt stuck, I couldn't stop time from ticking. Every second I spent sheltering myself from reality was another one I spent thinking about that Shiroya might never come back. Eventually, my attempts at calming down bore some fruit. Up until then, she and I had been making our way through the day together. The version of her that had just gone upstairs had experienced things I wasn't aware of, so she'd known that following along would have been a bad idea. However, what could she have gone to do, and why had she not explained it even vaguely? She simply left. She'd gone to the attic, the Sekimeiya was in the event room, so what could she have wanted to do up there?
Do you remember anything else, Arena?
I don't think so.
I think I might have an idea about who attacked you now.
Huh?
I wouldn't want to get killed, though. Katsuki, sorry to bother you, but who do you think it was?
I don't know.
Not even the slightest idea?
What, are you gonna say it was Shiroya?
I would never say that. However, she's the most likely suspect, isn't she?
She isn't. Why the fuck is he saying that? Because she could have traveled to the past and done it? That's bullshit. How is she more suspicious than anyone else?
Hey, I know it could have been anyone, but it'd be a bit strange if it wasn't her. Although I only assumed you weren't guilty because I thought you wouldn't be so stupid.
Does that make sense? I don't think she could have attacked her.
I do. After all, aren't you basing that on what Katsuki said?
Wait, you're right. Katsuki, tell me the truth. Was that what you did? Shut the fuck up. I didn't do anything.
Arena, I have a question. Did you kill Shiroya? That would explain almost everything.
No, of course not.
Right, I wonder. Could this have worked?
Every time I heard him, I repeated a mantra. Listening to him was pointless. Not a single thing he was saying made any sense or had any value.
The anti-Sai chant. Holy shit.
Earlier, he tried to kill us, but refused to tell us why. After undergoing a sudden change, he was acting aggressive. Bring that up! What is he doing? It got aggressive toward me again. Was it only because he'd seen Shiroya, who he didn't remember or thought couldn't be alive? What about Akaro, who hadn't been anywhere for hours? What were they talking about regarding Arena? And how in the hell did they know about Mia? Had the Sekimeiya just created an absurd clash of events and memories?
They said Joe needs that mantra before looking at chat. I will add reading Reddit or YouTube comments to that.
Oh my god, there's a YouTube comment I read last night.
No,
Oh my
no. You can't
god.
be doing
I
that.
wanted to know, I know, I wanted to know what had happened to Shiroya and everyone in the tower. Sai's behavior toward me was light years different from how he treated me in the beginning, but he'd always operated logically. I wanted to know what caused the immense change, but arguing with him was impossible. There were too many things that I needed to understand. Questions had barraged me since 9 o'clock, and each one was more complex than the last. With the little time we had left, there was no way I could be optimistic and think that everything was magically going to be resolved.
Don't ask Kaylee. Don't ask Kaylee.
Which Shiroya and I had gotten ourselves caught up in was out of our league. So I tried to push everything that didn't directly involve us away and focus on what I most wanted to decipher. Shiroya had gone to the past with Sai, probably about 20 minutes. However, an extra version of her had already been in the tower for much longer, since I'd seen her in the event room. Despite not knowing what that Shiroya had lived through, it was reasonable to assume it happened in the attic, which was locked and beyond my view. As such, she realized she had to go there. Wait, I'm not sure if this is strange, but it could be important. Please, don't follow me. Yes, like I said, she directed that at everyone, but she was specifically looking at me. She didn't want me to follow her. However, how would I? I can't enter the attic. She would have the key, if anyone. The way she looked at me, it was like she was telling me that if I followed her, I would hinder whatever she wanted to do. But she was already in hallway C. If she really wanted me to not come along, all she had to do was use the elevator up to the attic, and I'd have no way to chase her. So what does that mean? She thought I could have followed her to the attic if I just run behind her. That's the impression I get. If I'm right, that means I can enter the attic and she doesn't have the key for it. And somehow she knew it was unlocked when I know it wasn't just minutes ago. This is a different Shiroya. I'm sorry, but I can't keep staying here, Shiroya. Shiroya, maybe you've already accomplished what you wanted to do and I won't find you up there, but I need to find out what happened. What time is it?
Is this all the time you needed to give her? Let me see. It's 7:08.
Time was moving quickly. The shutter would react in an hour and a half, so the only thing I could shoot for was being with Shiroya when it happened.
If you plan to go to the attic, don't think we'll let you go alone.
I stood up, ignoring him. He didn't hesitate to stand too, and it seemed Akaro and Arena were getting closer.
Should we take the elevator?
Do you have the attic key?
What? Of course I don't. Just go to the 6th floor and enter it.
The elevator arrived soon after I called it. Wait, what? Is the door bashed down or something?
I don't
The
know.
elevator arrived soon after I called it, revealing that it had still been on a higher floor. When I opened the door, the other three each took a step forward to get in, and then I hit all the buttons and jumped out. Sai, you are out of your mind if you think you're getting in the same elevator as me. Back off.
Gonna make me walk all the way up? Awfully rude of you.
My glare extended to Akaro, who I also refused to be close to. I knew he could overpower me if he wanted to, but he reiterated the claim that Shiroya would die, so I'd fight him even if it was pointless. He shrugged and moved aside. We'll see you there then. Hopefully we find her easily.
It's fine. We'll make sure she doesn't come back down the stairs, but if we can't find her, you're not gonna get away with keeping quiet.
I didn't look at Arena, as I had nothing against her. She entered beside me, looking just as lost as usual. When the door closed, I pressed the floor 6 button and waited for the elevator to begin moving. We'd arrived faster than the other two, but I wasn't sure if we were going to find anything. Sai had mentioned that the attic store would be open, so he might have been the one to leave it like that, assuming I could actually trust anything he said. Irina was at my side next to the buttons, while I was leaning back against the opposite side. Her existence likely had more mystery behind it than I knew, but it was no time to worry about it. For some reason, she had reined in her hostility toward me. Ah!
What?
Whoa?
Not an amazing stopping point, but we make do. You done. Oh shit.
What?
We're getting stopped. We've been halted.
This cliffhanger?
Cliffhanger for a week? The Mouse of the Streams is cruel.
Oh no.
Well.
Okay.
All right.
That's the end of my story.
All right. There's no good stopping point anywhere. That's fine. That's fine. Back to Rikenjima. That's true. We're going right back to Rikenjima tomorrow.
Are we going to be able to finish chapter 1 next week?
I believe that was the idea of reading this far. Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks for streaming. Thanks for coming. Yeah. So we'll be on for Umineko tomorrow. Seki next Sunday. Oh.
I'm excited to see the conclusion of episode 5 tomorrow.
Yeah, just because you wanna you want it to be over.
I would like to think positively about Umineko again. Yeah.
Hmm. Mm-mm-mm. I don't have anyone to raid. Does someone have someone for us to raid? I see Shinpai is live, but I don't know if oh she's sleeping. She's sleeping. Subathon.
Sleeping?
Yeah, she's sleeping.
People sleep on
Pampuli is
stream?
making a yep. Lithera. I see that Germa is live. Yeah, we can raid Germa. I'm looking at. It would be funny to raid Germa. Let's raid Germa. It'll be funny to raid Germa.
Oblivion?
Asuwa Hempuli the Baba. I never played that game. I don't know who those people are. Sorry.
10,000 viewers for Oblivion? Is it possible to gain this power? That's crazy.
That is crazy. All right, here we go. Thanks for coming.
See you later, everyone.
See you later. Sekimeiya Barrels.
Sekimeiya Barrels, I was about to say too. Oh, hey, Gatsby, you here to say goodbye too?
Bye, Gatsby. That is not the channel I meant to raid. I hit the wrong button.
Wrong Germa?
Yeah, I did the wrong German. That's okay.
Hey, boy. Hey, how's it going?
Listen, a 6 is a 9 upside down, right?
Nice.
Nice. All right, we're good.